Senator from Utah.
Ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Madam President, we find ourselves in a situation in which every state in America is a border state. Now, it didn't used to be this way. And as one who has spent 2 years living along the U.S.-Mexico border, where I served as a missionary in my early 20s, I'm familiar with border towns, familiar with what they go through. And I can tell you from that experience where I lived and worked among the poorest of the poor along the border, among a lot of people who were recent immigrants themselves, some documented, others not documented. I can tell you that no one fears uncontrolled waves of illegal immigration more than people living along the border, including and especially those who are recent immigrants. It is, after all, their jobs, their neighborhoods, their children's schools, their communities that are placed at risk every time there's an uncontrolled wave of illegal immigration. Now, since I lived in border communities in the early 1990s in South Texas, things have gotten a lot worse, and they've gotten exponentially worse over the last 3 years. Things got so bad in the last month that we were setting all kinds of the wrong records. Day after day, we were exceeding the maximum number of daily migrant encounters our Border Patrol had ever observed in the history of our country. These are not the kinds of records that we want to break, nor are they the kinds of records that, when broken, are without consequence. Very real, very tangible consequences to the American people. Starting, of course, with those living in border communities, but extending through all 50 states, as all 50 states are seeing, feeling, experiencing, and paying the cost, the high cost of this wave of lawlessness. It is not a victimless crime. Just as the drug cartels are being enriched to the tune of many tens of billions of dollars a year, smuggling their human traffic across international boundaries, and just as the human traffic that they carry is bringing in enough fentanyl that it killed over 100,000 Americans last year, and enough fentanyl that if distributed to enough people would kill every American many times over. When that many people, we're talking somewhere in the range of 8 to 10 million people, maybe it's even more, enter a country unlawfully in such a short period of time, just 3 short years, there are all sorts of consequences to that, and among them happens to be the erosion of the rule of law. When that many people come into the country, and their first experience with this country, their very entry into this country's borders is itself an unlawful act, it doesn't bode well for the rule of law in America. It doesn't send a positive signal for what kind of country we're becoming. We've experienced that in every one of our states. We've seen crimes committed that should never have been committed because they were committed by people who should never have been in this country to begin with. And all this is before we even get to the question of who exactly is coming across our border. Our Border Patrol agents have observed all kinds of things in recent months and years, but especially in the last few months. People not just coming from Central America anymore, not just coming from Central and South America, but from all over the world, from all kinds of countries that you ordinarily wouldn't expect to be represented in large numbers crossing illegally across our southern border into the United States, countries like Afghanistan, like Syria, like China, and many, many others. We've seen many hundreds coming across who are on the terrorist watch list, known terrorists. We've seen a whole lot of others. Many hundreds, by some measures, thousands who have likely entered, who are from countries and otherwise entering under circumstances that are cause for alarm. And yet this is going on with the acquiescence, some would say with the blessing, of a presidential administration which appears to have ordained this very result, invited it, and effectively guaranteed it. This has been really good for the drug cartels, Madam President, who have been enriched to the tune of tens of billions of dollars every single year that Joe Biden has been in office, every year. But it's been really bad for the American people, especially America's poor and middle class, and anyone living on or near a border or in any community where people have been displaced, or where people have been ravaged by the effects of criminal activity carried out by those who should never have been in this country to begin with. The problem got so bad over the last few months that the state of Texas decided that it had to act. You see, Texas has a really long international border at the southern end of its state. And along that border, the state of Texas saw areas that were being traversed constantly, and yet perhaps not patrolled as well as they would have liked. And these were places where there were no adequate barriers, natural or otherwise, could keep people out, but that the state of Texas knew that could be protected if barriers could be placed there. So the state of Texas started putting up barriers along some of these stretches of border. And in particular, along a particular 27-mile stretch of border. The Biden administration, struggling to process these many thousands of illegal aliens crossing our border every single day, with all kinds of things to do to try to stop this, or at least act like they're trying to stop it, or at least process them, or whatever it is that they've been ordered to do that day. Apparently, this was too much for the Biden administration, because President Biden directed the Department of Homeland Security and the personnel along the border in Texas to go in and start taking down these barriers, putting up ladders across some of the barriers, cutting holes in other barriers, cutting concertina wire in other circumstances. So the state of Texas said, good heavens, that doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right that we're besieged by these people who want to break our laws in order to enter our country. And the president is the chief executive officer of the federal government, and it is the federal government that's responsible for protecting us from invasion. Remember, an invasion can occur either by an organized, armed military force, or it can be a non-organized, non-uniformed, non-military force that's just entering another country en masse without authorization. That is the federal government's responsibility. It's one of the chief responsibilities, one of the most important responsibilities. But because the federal government wasn't carrying out that responsibility, and because the state of Texas saw a particular 27-mile stretch of border where Texas could make a difference by putting up some barriers, they put it there. But that was not okay with the Biden administration. They had to go take it down. Who knows how many additional illegal immigrants came in as a result of the personnel that had to be deployed to start taking down these barriers and cutting the wire. But they did it. Now, the state of Texas stepped back for a minute and said, it's really unfortunate that that's what the Biden administration wants to do with its scarce resources. It's really unfortunate that they want to make the state of Texas less safe, and with it the rest of the country. But it also doesn't really seem, constitutional. There are a couple of provisions of the Constitution that deal specifically with protecting the country against an invasion. One of them can be found in Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, which says that when a state's being invaded, when it's under siege in some way, you should be able to, to appeal to the federal government for help in resisting that. Well, when Texas asked for help, it got quite the opposite. There's another provision, Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3. And that provision says, in essence, after telling the states that there are a bunch of things that they cannot do, states are not allowed to wage war, for example. States are not allowed to enter into an international compact, with a foreign country, and do certain things like that that are akin to what the federal government is rather uniquely empowered to do. But there's an exception at the end, and it's an exception that applies when the state is being invaded. That states have the power to do that. So perhaps informed by these and other provisions of the Constitution, the state of Texas filed suit in U.S. District Court in Texas, trying to seek an injunction, that is, an order telling the Department of Homeland Security, look, you can't mess with Texas, you can't mess with Texas's barriers, don't take them down. After some initial back and forth litigation in the U.S. District Court, the matter went to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit, which includes the state of Texas. And on December 19th, 2023, just a little over a month ago, the Fifth Circuit issued an injunction, a preliminary injunction saying that while this litigation is pending, while we figure out once and for all whether, to what extent, and what circumstances the Biden administration may or may not choose to go in and take down these barriers put up by the state of Texas, Homeland Security and the Biden administration just can't do that. Don't do it for now. Doesn't mean don't do it forever. It just means don't do it for now while this litigation is pending, while the courts are ironing this out. Well, that remained in effect for just over a month. And then this last Monday, just a couple days ago, the Supreme Court of the United States issued a one-sentence order vacating that preliminary injunction. What does that mean? Well, that order doesn't do anything, doesn't tell the state of Texas it can't put barriers in place, doesn't tell the state of Texas it has to take it down, doesn't require any action on the part of the state of Texas. All it does is it gets rid of the order that previously was in place, telling the Department of Homeland Security and others within the Biden administration that they could not do anything to mess with the barriers put in place by Texas. Meanwhile, the case is set to be argued before the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit on February 7th. So at that argument, the court will consider, the appellate court will consider the merits of the arguments and eventually make a ruling. I hope, I expect, I would imagine that in a case of this import and urgency, the Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit will probably try to issue something within a few weeks. I would hope not much longer than that, maybe a month or two. And at that point, if the state of Texas prevails, then there will be a permanent injunction in order telling the Biden administration it can't take that down. Now, I'm sure whoever loses will take that to the Supreme Court. That will take some additional time. But the point is this. Through all this litigation, we've seen one consistent theme through all stages of the litigation. We've got the Biden administration going into court, making arguments like the following, pointing to provisions in Title VIII of the U.S. Code dealing with immigration issues, provisions guaranteeing that the Border Patrol must have access to areas 25 miles inland from the border so that they can do their work, so that they can enforce the border, so that they can do their jobs. This is one of the primary arguments they were making before the courts, is that this barbed wire or these barriers put in place by the state of Texas interfere with our ability as Border Patrol officers to access the land and to do our jobs. Well, what's their job? Well, to stop the illegal immigrants from coming across. So how exactly does this 27-mile stretch where these barriers have been put in place by the state of Texas, how exactly does that hinder the Border Patrol from doing the Border Patrol's job? Call me crazy, but I strongly suspect that if we could bring a handful of the Border Patrol agents up, they'd tell us that quite the opposite is true, that the placement of these particular barriers probably makes their job easier. But you know whose job this makes harder? It makes the job of the drug cartel, the human smuggler, the sex worker trafficker, remembering that a very substantial portion, estimates vary as to how many, but according to some, a majority of the women and girls trafficked through this network are subjected to sexual assault, many of them used as sex slaves, many of them forced to continue in that capacity even after they get into the United States, where they're working now as indentured servants. Yes, just a few weeks ago, I went to the border down in the McAllen sector, not too far from the area where I lived and worked for 2 years as a missionary back in the early 90s. And some Border Patrol officers there informed me that for the first time since the adoption of the 13th Amendment, which got rid of things like slavery and indentured servitude, we've actually got a sizable number of indentured servants in this country. People smuggled in who haven't been able to afford the $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, sometimes more, depending on what country they're from and how many risk factors there are. If they can't afford the passage from the cartels, they've got to work it off. So many of them remain as indentured servants. And for many of the girls and women in particular, they remain in sex slavery. So why exactly is the Biden administration so concerned with all of this happening, with a barrier that could make the job of the Border Patrol more effective, that could lead to the apprehension of more individuals? Knowing full well that by breaking up these barriers, all they're doing, the only people whose lives they're really making easier are the drug cartels, the people who are subjecting all these people to these horrible, deplorable conditions and bringing in enough fentanyl into the United States every year to kill every American multiple times. Why are they so concerned about that? And on what planet? On what planet can you maintain that it's making the job of the Border Patrol harder because you're making it harder for people to enter our country unlawfully? It really defies reason, wisdom, and logic. It is against this backdrop, Madam President, that we find ourselves today in a position in which we've got a war going on half a world away, a conflict involving Russia and Ukraine. It's a tragic conflict. You've got a bad guy, Vladimir Putin, who's messing with Ukraine yet again. Without getting into all the gory details, because this is not the focus of my speech today, of how that war started, why it's been dragging on so long, there is a renewed push to send more U.S. assistance to Ukraine, to send some additional aid to Israel, and the votes aren't there to get it passed through both houses of Congress. And so for that reason, they've married up the project of getting more money to Ukraine. You know, it's a $106 billion aid package. We still don't know exactly who would get how much. We still have yet to see bill text on any of that. But we're told that the majority of that money would go to Ukraine. About $12 billion of it would go to fund Ukraine's ongoing civilian government, pay the salaries of its civil servants, and its pensions, things like that. A lot of it involves direct military assistance. Overall, we expect about $62 billion or so of the $106 billion would go to Ukraine. The votes aren't there to get it. So some members of Congress, some members of the Senate, including both the Democratic leader and the Republican leader, have decided to try a somewhat innovative approach, combine the supplemental aid package with a border security package, marry them up, and then maybe you can get enough votes for both of it. I understand why they had come to the general conclusion. I understand that sometimes you've got to pair one thing up with another thing in order to build the consensus necessary to get either passed. It's a common technique used, and understand it, and it's understandable certainly why they'd want to use it here. But I believe there are some real problems with the manner in which we're going about that particular effort. Starting with the fact that it presupposes on the border security front that the reason for the current border surge, for the absolute humanitarian crisis unfolding along our southern border over the last 3 years and over the last few months in particular, is somehow the product of inadequate legislative authority on the part of the President of the United States and those answerable to him and charged with enforcing federal law. Madam President, it is not. It is not for want of adequate legislative authority in the executive officials charged with administering those laws. It's not for lack of any legislative authority on their part that we have this border security crisis. The exact same statutes were in place when Donald Trump was President of the United States. Donald Trump faced, as we all recall, some rather significant border surges as the cartels were pushing people increasingly into this country and making a lot of money smuggling them into the country. He utilized existing law to bring that crisis under control. Those same laws are in effect today. President Biden could, should, and would be able to fix this if only he had the will, the willingness to do it. In fact, if only he didn't have this defiant attitude that convinces him that he'd rather help the drug cartels than poor and middle-class Americans living in border communities and everywhere else in the United States. Shame on him for not using those. Now, the skeptic will immediately say, oh, yes, but that was Title 42 authority. Title 42 authority kicked in only because of the COVID pandemic in 2020. It's not really true. Look, he did use Title 42 authority, and that was pegged to the pandemic. But the crisis was mostly resolved. He was bringing it to a close by the time anyone had even heard the cursed word COVID or coronavirus in 2020. It was already well on its way to being a thing of the past, all without Title 42. Sure, Title 42 it didn't hurt, and it helped close the gap even further to the point where we effectively ended illegal border crossings in 2020, but we were well on our way in that direction. The biggest single step with that was not, in fact, Title 42. It was the Remain in Mexico program, also known as the Migrant Protection Protocol, an international agreement whereby the United States effectively entered into a safe third country agreement with Mexico. If you cross into our southern border, into our country across our southern border by land, and thereafter claimed asylum, you were asked, where you were from, and you were returned back to Mexico because you were deemed eligible to apply for asylum in the first safe third country that you crossed into, or at least the country through which you were crossing before entering the United States. So they were returned to Mexico. Asylum applicants applying for asylum, appearing and crossing over land, were told that they would have to wait while their asylum application remained pending in Mexico. This worked like a dream. This dramatically reduced illegal border crossings. It took a significant amount of time by President Trump, by Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, by various Department of Homeland Security officials, and a number of other members of the President's team in order to negotiate the terms of the Remain in Mexico program. And once in place, it worked like a charm. It worked really, really well. You see, because this is where a lot of this migrant surge phenomenon comes from. We have laws in place that offer asylum. Asylum is something that we offer to people who are wanting or needing to come to the United States because they've faced some type, they've been targeted for some type of persecution based on their status. And, you know, we're a nation of immigrants. We always have been. I hope we always will be a nation that welcomes immigrants, and we do. We welcome them a lot. We want them to come the legal way. Well, one of the ways in which we welcome immigrants is through our asylum laws. Now, you do have to satisfy certain statutory criteria in order to even be deemed eligible for asylum. Over the last few years, the vast majority of the people who cross our border without documentation and thereafter apply for asylum are ultimately deemed ineligible for it. I've heard numbers ranging from about 90% to 98 or 99%. I don't know where the actual numbers shake out. I think they vary from time to time. But we're talking about at least 9 out of 10, often more than that, who are not eligible. And so when you have people come in and apply for asylum, the way that it's supposed to work, they're supposed to be detained until such time as their asylum claims can be adjudicated by an immigration judge. They can be found either eligible or not eligible for asylum. If they are eligible, welcome to America. You're now a refugee. Come on in, and we welcome them. But if they're not, then they're supposed to be removed. Sent outside the United States, typically back to their country of origin. The problem has been that we've somehow gotten confused. We've gotten confused over the fact that we are, in fact, supposed to detain them until such time as their asylum application can be adjudicated. We've got it so confused that over the years, it's morphed into this monster that the drafters of the asylum laws who put it in place would scarcely recognize them. It's morphed into this weird thing where they come in, they say, I want asylum, and today they're told, okay, fill out the paperwork, tell us why you want asylum. Then they're told, okay, we're going to hold you for a few days. Then they're told, oh, our bed space is all full, so we can't detain you any longer. Then they're told not that they're going to be sent back to their own country, not that they're going to be sent back to Mexico as they would have been, as they were being under the Trump administration, under the migrant protection protocols, also known as Remain in Mexico. But here's a plane ticket. We'll fly you anywhere you want in the United States, on us. And unlike the measly American citizens, all of whom have to produce a driver's license in order to board a plane, you don't have to worry about that. We don't really know who you are, whether you say you are who you are, but yeah, go ahead. Here's the plane ticket. We'll make sure you get on that plane. We'll fly you anywhere you want. And as for your asylum application, don't worry about that. We just humbly, politely ask that at some point you're going to have an immigration hearing. We ask you to show up to it. And by the way, if you enter the United States without documentation right now and apply for asylum and you get one of these plane tickets and they tell you, we hope you'll show up for your asylum hearing before the immigration judge someday, guess when that will occur? A week? No, longer. 6 weeks? Well, longer. 6 months? Longer. Now, it's in the mid-2030s. We're talking a decade or more away from today. So have fun. Enjoy the plane ticket on us. Go to wherever you want in the United States. Oh, and by the way, after 180 days, we'll even send you a work permit allowing you to work while you're here, even though you're without documentation. We'll fix that. We'll just make you documented, just because you've said you'd like to apply for asylum. This is insane. Of course we've had 10 million people come in to this country illegally. When we run it like that, who wouldn't want to come to America? It's the greatest country on earth. But the problem is, this is really dangerous. It's dangerous for those being human trafficked. It's dangerous for all the people in America who are being killed, 100,000 last year, killed by the fentanyl these guys are bringing across. It's dangerous for our communities. It's dangerous for people who lose their jobs because their jobs are being replaced by people who shouldn't be here to begin with. It's dangerous for those who are the victims of crimes that those people who shouldn't be here in the first place commit while they're here. Like 10 million people. Among 10 million people, you're going to have some bad ones. I'm sure you'll have a lot of good people, too, who are just trying to get by, just trying to make a living and not, be in a country where they feel they can't get ahead, but that it doesn't give them a right to be here. Our asylum laws sure don't. I'll tell you why. Because our asylum laws do not confer an individual right on anyone to asylum. No, this is a discretionary authority given to the Secretary of Homeland Security that he may grant asylum to those people who fit the criteria for asylum. He may. Remember, you're supposed to keep them locked up. You're supposed to detain them until such time as you can adjudicate the legitimacy of their asylum claims in an immigration hearing. And then you're supposed to deport them if they're not eligible and let them in only if they are. But instead, we run out of bed space, processing capacity. We say, forget it. Here you go. Come on in. We'll send you a work permit in 180 days. So, of course, we're going to have this problem. Then, somehow, that wasn't even enough by itself. I don't know exactly why, because the asylum track was working real well for the Biden administration to invite more and more drug cartel activity, enriching the drug cartels to the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year. But maybe it wasn't quite enough for the big guy. Maybe he wanted more to come in. So what did he do? Well, he looked for other loopholes to exploit in our immigration laws. So he turned to the parole provisions. Now, parole, when we use it in the immigration context, is typically not talking about what you think about when somebody's out on parole from prison. This is an immigration parole. It involves a very specific type of relief that the president and those working under him in the area of Homeland Security may grant. Again, there's no right to parole any more than there is any right on the part of any individual to asylum. It's a discretionary grant of authority, but it's a narrow one. It's one that, pursuant to which the president or those answerable to him in the Homeland Security arena may allow someone in for two possible purposes, either for a discrete, distinct, individualized humanitarian need. The classic example of this, the long-time understanding of what that encompasses, it would involve someone outside the United States who doesn't have a visa to come into the United States, but whose grandmother is dying or has just died and he needs to attend the funeral. Parole authority can be granted for humanitarian purposes in that circumstance with the understanding that he'll leave in a few days after the funeral's over. Or maybe somebody outside the United States who doesn't have a visa here has a rare medical condition, treatment for which is available exclusively in the United States. He needs to come in for a few days to get that procedure, be treated with the understanding he'll leave soon after getting the treatment. The other prong of parole, immigration parole, exists in the public need, the public purpose arena, where, for example, someone speaks an obscure language, not typically spoken in the United States, and somebody is on trial in a court somewhere. They need an interpreter, someone who can speak that very rare language. They can't find one in the United States. They want to bring an interpreter in from another country who can speak that language so that the person can be afforded due process and a fair trial. That's the type of public need that can be filled with the parole authority loophole. But it's always been understood, it has always been the law, that parole is not to be granted en masse. It is to be granted on a case-by-case, individualized basis with individualized findings in all circumstances, nor is it supposed to be open-ended. Parole is not a visa. It's a temporary grant of permission to enter the country for a brief period of time with the understanding that when that need is over, in a finite period of time, the person will leave. So the Biden administration has now used parole. I believe last year alone, it was about 700,000 people, undocumented, were brought into the United States specifically using this parole authority. Now, these were not individualized determinations. These were not 700,000 individual people saying, I have a specific need, my grandma's dying, or I need a kidney transplant, or whatever it was. Or I speak this obscure language nobody else speaks, and I'm going to provide interpretation services in a court, and I need to get in so I can get out after doing the job. No, these were massive scale grants of authority, of permission to enter the United States under the parole authority. So, Madam President, it's against this backdrop that we have to get back to this supplemental aid package. The supplemental aid package that promises, okay, let's make lemonade out of lemons. We've got a lemon in that Ukraine aid can't pass by itself. So let's make lemonade out of it by getting those who want to make sure that we get lots of money to Ukraine, and let's pair that up with votes from people who really want to make sure the border is secure. It's really sad, if you think about it, that we're not all in that boat. I mean, look, people can reach different conclusions. Reasonable people can take a different conclusion as to whether, to what extent, in what way we're going to help Ukraine enforce Ukraine's border. That part's considered sort of optional in that it's not our border. Our border shouldn't be optional. That's not an extracurricular activity for us. That is the core of what we are supposed to be doing. Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, and Article 4, Section 4 will make that clear, as will a number of other provisions of the Constitution and in federal statute. This is not optional. But getting back to that compromise. So the idea is to marry up those who really want border security. Unfortunately, it's not all of us, with those who want to make sure that we get money to Ukraine so that Ukraine's border can be protected. It's against that backdrop that I've just been describing that we're faced with that set of issues. And so we're told that what we're going to do is negotiate our way into passing new border security statutes, and those statutes will then end the border security crisis created willfully by the Biden administration's vehement, defiant refusal to enforce the law. Wait a minute, why would we expect them to enforce a new law when they're not enforcing the old law? I'm confused. Moreover, if we're going to negotiate this, doesn't that send the message to the rest of the country, the incorrect message, that if this project fails, that President Biden is somehow justified in not doing it because, oh, well, Congress didn't pass the law. I would have enforced the law. Haven't enforced the border for years. The whole 3 years I've been president of the United States. So I guess I can't enforce it now. But I would have under new law, but I won't under existing law. Why should we take that seriously? And there are a lot of Americans who are looking at this, asking why we're willing to spend so much money on other countries and securing their borders, but not our own. How can we look those constituents in the eye? Knowing full well that, so far, according to the Heritage Foundation's estimates, this war, our support of this war, of Ukraine since this war started, the $113 billion that we provided, more than any other country on earth, by far, $113 billion of hard-earned American taxpayer dollars. That's real stuff. According to the Heritage Foundation, that amounts to about over $900 per American taxpayer on that conflict. Even at the height of the multiple wars that we were facing in 2008, where we were fighting wars in, not through a proxy, not just by providing military aid, but we ourselves were fighting wars. in Iraq and in Afghanistan, and to a degree in Syria. Even that year, at the height of that conflict, the cost per taxpayer was somewhere in the range of, I don't know, $700 or so. But just so far in the existence of this conflict, we've spent $113 billion already on Ukraine. And the American taxpayer is now being asked to spend another $62 billion on Ukraine when we still haven't secured our own border. And it's against that backdrop that we're saying, okay, then we'll negotiate into this new border security laws. Now, look, I would imagine there are a few of us who wouldn't vote for all kinds of things, wouldn't at least consider voting for all kinds of things if we were assured, if we really were certain, if we could see the future and predict with a high degree of certainty that if we voted for X, Y, or Z, whether it's Ukraine funding or something else, that the border would be secure and that it wouldn't be secure if we didn't vote for that thing. But I don't know how I can look my constituents in the face and tell them, yeah, we've got to spend this additional money here in order to get new laws so that President Biden can now enforce the border. When I know full well, and many of them know full well, that he could enforce the border now if he chose to do so. So I struggle with the premise of this at the outset, and I think it does send the wrong message. But the wrong message is only the beginning of my concern with this. The next step, we've got language that's been under negotiation, I believe, since October, November, December, and we're most of the way through the month of January. So we're like 4 months into this thing, into this negotiation. And yet we still have yet to see legislative text. It's a little frustrating. But what little we do know about it, what little we have been told, what little we've been allowed to see, I mean, I feel like a character in Oliver Twist, asking, please, sir, may I have some more, when I'm told just crumbs of details about what's in this legislation. What we do know is a little concerning, I'll be honest. So we've got the asylum problem, we've got the parole problem. As far as I can tell, there is no agreement at all. There's not even a hope of an agreement on the immigration parole issues, such that we would shut down the 700,000 or so people who were unlawfully brought in under parole authority in the last year alone. From my understanding, there is no agreement at all that would shut that down. And what discussions have occurred around parole deal with custodial parole issues involving some of these illegal immigrants, which is different than the immigration parole provisions that we're describing. So it doesn't deal with that. It does apparently tighten the asylum standards in ways that I'm told will be helpful, but in ways that I have yet to be able to evaluate because I haven't seen the text of the language. If it tightens the asylum standard, that might prove to be a nice thing to have. I don't dispute that. But is that what's going to make the difference between the utter defiant non-enforcement of our border and the laws that govern our border and the admissibility of individuals outside the United States who want to come into the United States? No, it doesn't. Because it remains the case today that asylum is a permissive grant of authority to the Secretary of Homeland Security and not a right on the part of any individual. And when the system's overwhelmed, the proper remedy should in fact be, you're not coming in, we're shutting this down, I, the Secretary of Homeland Security, am declining to grant or process any more asylum applications until we can get this under control, so it's shut down. And that leads me to another feature that we've been told just a little bit about as to the new proposal, that it creates a new authority whereby the President and the Homeland Security Secretary can just shut down the illegal crossings along the southern border once they can do it if they choose. Once we've got 4,000 migrant crossing encounters per day, and they shall do it once we've got at least 5,000 migrant crossing encounters per day. That sounds intriguing. I really want to see this language. There are 1,000 different ways that could be written, and that too could be helpful. But there are things about it that also scare me to death. Things that, if they're written just a little bit wrong, could actually make matters worse. Let me explain. Let's suppose, for example, maybe, just maybe, this is written in such a way as to say, once we've reached 5,000 migrant encounters per day, that the requirement is perhaps, I don't know this, again, I'm having to speculate because they won't share the language with me or with anyone else, we will not process any more asylum applications once we have more than 5,000 migrant encounters per day. Let's suppose that that's what it says. If that's what it says, and that's a change compared to existing law, that would seem perhaps to change the assumption, and not just the assumption, but the reality that this is a permissive grant of authority. And once you say you may shut that down only after you've reached that level, then at that point, you've changed the may-shall nature of asylum. And the government's not required to stop processing them, if that's how it's written, until we've achieved that 5,000 migrant encounter per day number. By the way, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. A lot of people live in communities that are a fraction of that size. Cities or towns that are smaller than that. And when you multiply 5,000 people by 365 days, it comes up to 1.825 million people a year. That's a lot of people. Is this just resetting the norm? Saying that until that point it's not really a problem? I don't know, because I can't see the text, but it certainly could mean that. And by the way, even once this authority kicks in, this authority to supposedly shut down the border in whatever capacity, whether through asylum, parole, or whatever other means they throw in there, they limit the number of days in which that can remain in effect. I believe the authority, as it was explained to me, would apply for up to 14 consecutive days. And what, then they have to reopen it, regardless of whether the number of migrant encounters has dipped meaningfully? I don't know. But it gets even worse than that. They set a maximum number of days in every year that the border can remain shut down under whatever weird construction they've adopted. Initially, I'm told it's 275 days per year. That's the end. At that point, let's suppose you've made it through 275 days total in a particular year of the border being, quote unquote, shut down, not being able to process more asylum applications or parole or exercise of parole authority or whatever it is. But on the 276th day, all the way through the end of day 365, it's immigration Mardi Gras. It's carnival ride. It's everybody on board the fun train. This is going to be great, and the cartels are going to make even more money. And they say, well, the cartels won't put up with that. Nonsense. The cartels are sophisticated enterprises that make tens of billions of dollars a year just on Joe Biden alone. You're telling me they're not going to calendar around this thing to make even more money? I've got a bridge to sell you if you think they're not. It gets even worse, Madam President, than that. You see, 275 days per year is only the limit in year one. From there, it ratchets down. By the second or third year, it ratchets down to a maximum of 180 days a year that the border can be deemed shut down under this new authority. Why in the Sam Hill would we agree to that? Why would we do that? Why would you want to limit less than half of the total number of days in a year, regardless of what's happening along the southern border, the time in which that border authority can be deemed shut down? I don't understand it. And it gets even worse than that, Madam President. With regard to parole authority, the number 180 appears apparently in this legislation not once but twice. once, and the one that I just mentioned, maximum of 180 days that the border can be shut down under this new authority that apparently allows them to stop processing asylum applications, which they already have the power to do. But it appears a second time. You see, currently, there's a 180-day wait between the time an asylum application is processed and then given the plane ticket to the destination of their choice in the United States, on the plane that they can board without providing any documentation of their identity, not even a driver's license from their home country, just get on board. 180-day wait from the time that they board that plane until the moment they receive their work permit, which they really shouldn't have, because we shouldn't be processing them and letting them in unless or until such time as they've been deemed eligible for asylum and granted asylum, but whatever. They're at least given this 180-day mandatory wait period under current practice. They get rid of that in this proposal. No 180-day wait. You show up, and as long as you're not in one of those 180 days a year when it's going to be shut down, we'll get you processed, and we'll send you away from that detention facility before you board the plane with your work permit already in hand. This is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Now, look, I have great respect for my colleagues who are trying in good faith to work through this. I love my colleague, the senior senator from Oklahoma, Senator Lankford, one of my favorite people, not just in the Senate, one of my favorite people, period. I know he's doing the best job he can, and he's working under strict orders, not of his own choosing. I have deep respect for him. And that remains, despite any differences we may end up having on how we vote on this legislation. Nonetheless, I don't understand. I don't understand in part because they haven't been willing to share the text with me when I ask why we can't see the text. See, that's typically something we do because we make laws here. That's our job. We make laws. Laws consist of words. Words have meaning. We need to see the words well in advance of the time when we plan to pass them. But when I'm asked for legislative text on this one, I'm told, well, it's not all in one place. It's in lots of different documents. Well, that's fine. Look, for many years, as a lawyer, I was constantly dealing with documents that we were putting together that contained input for many, many lawyers, and I had to deal with 5, 10, 15 different documents at one time, try to synthesize them all. We can handle that. Everyone here can. Those who have practiced law or engaged in some other occupation have had training that allows us to read and understand things, and we've got smart people who work for us who can help us put it all together. But no, we still can't see it. So anyway, my point is, I've got great respect for Senator Lankford and absolutely love the guy. But I've got deep concerns with what little I know about this, and this is all I have to go on. See, I hope he can understand my frustration with the process that tells me I can't see it, even though I know darn well the day is going to come when, if they get a deal, we may not have much time to review this thing. It happens from time to time. When the law firm of Schumer, McConnell, Johnson, and Jeffries, as it's currently comprised, spits out legislation, and we're given hours or maybe a couple days to read it, that's not cool. Happens all the time with spending legislation. It shouldn't. It's a barbaric practice. It's exactly why we're $34 trillion in debt. It should never happen when we're dealing with something as fundamental to our safety and security as this legislation. Put it in context, Madam President. The last time we undertook a major border security or immigration law overhaul, about a decade ago, we had that pending before the Senate Judiciary Committee in markup for an entire month. Judiciary Committee markup usually takes an hour or two, sometimes 3 or 4 for a really long one. This one took a month. because this stuff is really complicated. And so it's staggering to me that they'd even consider rushing this through if and when they have a deal. Other things that concern me within what little we know about the legislation. I'm told that there will be 50,000 additional new immigrant visas granted in this provision. And then an additional number of people, some have estimated in the tens of thousands, others have estimated in the hundreds of thousands, of work permits that will be issued attached to other non-permanent visa holders or members of the non-permanent visa holders' family who are adults but not authorized to work. This would allow them to work. Some may have concerns with that. I remember over the years, one of the many things that I've tried to fix in the immigration system, it's long been my belief, you can fix our immigration code best if you target each particular issue as narrowly as possible. Don't lard everything up all in one bill, or else the thing's going to fail. I've tried for many years to end a discriminatory provision in our immigration laws that is strongly biased against people born in heavily populated countries, like India, for example. If you had two immigrants who were eligible for an immigrant visa, whether work-based or otherwise, but for the work-based immigrant visas, you had two people equally eligible for a visa. One was born in Luxembourg and the other one in India. The person born in Luxembourg, just by virtue of the fact that that immigrant came from a small country with a small population, might have that visa application processed and be in the United States in under a year. The person from India might be on a waiting list for 80 years, simply because of this discriminatory feature put in place, most likely for racist reasons many decades ago, to keep certain people that perhaps the race-minded lawmakers, the racist lawmakers at the time, might have considered undesirable. We've been trying to fix that for a long time. We finally passed something out of the Senate a couple of years ago that fixed this. It was a miracle. It took forever to get this done. I've been working on it for about a decade. Should have been a real layup pass to pass in the House, because there were 350 co-sponsors of the same legislation in the House, and they couldn't and wouldn't get it done. Anyway, I bring all that up to say that we moved heaven and earth to get that fixed without adding a single new visa, not a single new visa, to the visas allocated under existing law. Why? Well, because a lot of people are opposed to that. Now, I was falsely accused at the time by people who misinterpreted it as granting all kinds of new visas. It didn't grant a single new visa because we knew that would be very controversial. So to add 50,000 immigrant visas and perhaps tens to hundreds of thousands of additional work permits on top of that is not going to be non-controversial. You add to all of that the fundamental fact that Joe Biden could end this border security crisis right now. He could do it. First, stop taking down the barrier in Texas. You're embarrassing yourself and you're endangering our country. Don't do that. You know better. Shame on you, sir. Secondly, after he does that, he could and he should restore the Migrant Protection Protocol, the Remain in Mexico program. This was in place the day Joe Biden was sworn into office. Back in January 2021, he was doing great. President Trump handed over the cleanest border we've had in many decades to Joe Biden, and he messed it all up with a stroke of a pen. He backed out of the Remain in Mexico program. He canceled it. He was later ordered to reinstate it after some lengthy litigation, concluded that he acted unlawfully in getting rid of it. He continued to drag his feet. To this day, he hasn't done it. He could do it. He won't, but he should. And I ask him to reconsider today. But, Madam President, the fact that he's not doing this indicates that he and those who stand with him in this body are not acting in good faith. They're not negotiating in good faith. They must not be deemed to be good faith negotiators on this issue. Why? Because he refuses to enforce the laws that he has. And if for the sake of tightening some language here or there, in yet to be seen, yet to be understood ways, in ways that some have described as ambiguous and uncertain, if that's the primary thing we're getting is a tightening of the asylum standard, but we might also be limiting the ability of the current or future presidents to halt the abuse of asylum and parole, then we can't do this. We shouldn't be doing this at all, and it sends the wrong message. So, look, bottom line is this. I think we're back to the point where maybe we ought to just try to pass these separately. If you can get Ukraine supplemental aid passed, fine, go at it. If you can somehow come up with a deal that actually closes the border security gaps and actually forces the president's hands and places some accountability on him, then I'll consider that too. May even vote for it if I think it fixes the job, notwithstanding the fact that I've got concerns about sending another $62 billion to a country where we've already spent $113 billion, $900 per U.S. taxpayer. But I'd consider it if it had actually fixed the problem. And I think there's probably ways to do it. I mean, one good way of starting would be to start as a starting point, take border security language already passed by the House of Representatives. I know people have said, well, that can't pass here. Well, we don't know that because we've never tried attaching that to other legislation like the Ukraine-Israel supplemental aid package, and then add to that border security metrics that would tie the expenditure of these $62 billion that are supposed to go to Ukraine, tie the release of those in phased packages over the next year or whatever the increment is, to the achievement of certain border security metrics, goals. They can bring down to what they themselves have said is tolerable. I believe the Border Patrol has said that they max out when they get about 500 daily migrant encounters. If we could reduce it down to that, and the administration starts enforcing the law and actually starts refusing to let people in after they can no longer process them, and reinstates the migrant protection protocols, the Remain in Mexico program, that will help bring this down to less than 500 migrant encounters per day. And if you phase the release of the Ukraine funding under the legislation that way, then members of both parties could have some assurance that this might make a difference. But alas, there's no provision in this, no provision being negotiated. It's stunning to me that there isn't. There should be. The reason I say that is because we've had countless conversations within the Senate Republican Conference where member after member after member will propose something like that. My friend and colleague, the senior senator from North Dakota, John Hoeven, was one of the first to raise the idea and has been among the most impassioned advocates for it, saying let's tie the Ukraine funding to the achievement of certain border security metrics and other border security measures we might add to it. That'll give everybody the confidence that we need that this will make an actual difference. I believe he was the first one to suggest it and has probably made that argument as often as, or more often than any other member of the conference. But he's not alone. I think I've heard dozens of Republican senators say something similar. It's true, I've heard maybe one or two, three at the most, Republican senators express reservations with that. But many multiples of that speak out saying, yes, this would be a good thing. Yes, this could bring a lot of us on board. And yet, regrettably, my friend from Oklahoma was instructed not to even seek that. Why? Why do that? And if we can't even tie the expenditure of the Ukraine funds, which we know the administration cares about dearly for reasons I cannot comprehend. He cares so much more about Ukraine's border security than ours. I understand his desire to stop Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin's a bad guy. I wish he'd recognize, by the way, that there are things we could do with energy policy that might help in that direction. If the United States had been exporting this whole time large quantities of LNG, maybe that would help. Because Russia is funding this war and so many other things through its hegemony in the European energy market. There are all sorts of things that we could do that could help them, but he does remain concerned about this and wants to spend more and more money on military aid to Ukraine. But if he really cares as much as he does about Ukraine, and he wants to get that funding done, I strongly advise him to consider an option like what I've just described. Let us tie the release of the Ukraine funding. Let it be rolled out in staggered phases as the Biden administration achieves certain border security metrics and restores confidence, the confidence not just of members of the Senate and the House, but of the American people. I think that might work. Something like that, if it's packaged right and contains the right reforms, might even get my vote. And I'm not somebody who's eager to vote for that, but I really want to secure the border because America is a less safe place. Every day, Joe Biden continues to enrich their drug cartels and subject women and children to sex slavery and indentured servitude. Madam President, we have a duty here to make sure that we pass good laws and to make sure that those laws are enforced as they're supposed to be. And when they don't enforce them, we shouldn't reward them by funding every pet project that the incumbent administration deems important. Sometimes we need to insist that they do their jobs. If we reward bad behavior, we're going to get more bad things, and it will be dangerous for the American people. I believe in this country. I believe in the American dream. That dream is becoming more distant every day. Lawlessness prevails. We can restore it, we can recapture it, but we do have to insist that our border be secure. It is not. May we make it secure once again, is my entire endeavor in giving these remarks tonight. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. More than 3 months ago, the Republican members of the United States Senate made a commitment. We made a commitment to each other and to our voters and to the American people. We agreed not to send one more penny of their hard-earned money overseas to support conflicts in foreign nations until their own homeland, America's own homeland, was secured. Well, through the efforts of a faithless few, we're poised to treat our promise to Americans the same way President Biden has treated his solemn oath to protect our country's borders. Expedient, expendable, and now apparently expired. Madam President, we cannot send billions of dollars to Ukraine while America's own borders are bleeding. Heaven help us. The American people should not have to watch us every hour of every day looking over our shoulder just to make sure that their own government doesn't stab them in the back. What have they done, after all, to deserve such contempt, such untrustworthy public servants? What grudge does this body hold against the very people who elected us? On Saturday, I spent many hours trying to make 6 different amendments to this legislation pending. Most of them, in fact, were germane to this bill. They dealt specifically with it and met the tight legal definition that we use in this body to decide whether it's pertinent to the bill, and it has certain procedural benefits and protections. If it is germane, most of mine were. And yet, again and again, I was shot down. I was told that Republicans had forfeited our right to offer any improvements, any changes to this bill, because we rejected the border proposal that we had received just a few days earlier, a week ago Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, my request was simple. It was not that each of my amendments be made law. No, it wasn't that. Nor was it even that I was asking that each of my amendments be included in the base text of the bill, be considered adopted as part of this, as an amendment. It wasn't that either. No, it was much, much simpler. It was that each amendment merely be permitted to be considered, debated, and possibly voted on. I came to the floor and asked consent to do this because the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, had utilized a procedure that has unfortunately become all too common in this body, known as filling the tree. To make a long story short, to make a complicated system sound simpler, filling the tree is the means by which you say there is no space to consider amendments to this bill. We can't even make them pending because all the slots are full. And so majority leaders have, over the last few years, become increasingly fond of filling the tree. They'll plug in a handful of amendments to the proverbial tree. One amendment changing a comma into a semicolon. Another amendment changing a date, say from September 29th to September 30th. It's usually something fairly immaterial. They're just there as space fillers, as amendment blockers, so that the Senate can't consider other amendments. There's still ways around that, and I was exploring one of those ways. You come down to the floor, you call up your amendment, you ask consent to make your amendment pending and to set aside one of the tree filling, one of the amendment blocking amendments that have been put in there by the majority leader just in order to obstruct others from having the opportunity for amendments. And so that was the simple request, merely being permitted to have these amendments considered, debated, and possibly voted upon. I had a number of amendments. There were 7 I talked about that day. There were 6 I offered up and asked consent to have made pending. Here's some of what they would have accomplished had we adopted them. One proposed to make discrete common sense changes to our immigration law in order to protect our border and to prevent traffickers from using toddlers and babies as a means to ensure that their customers would have, as a means to ensure their customers easy access into the interior of our country, notwithstanding the fact that they're entering our country illegally. That was, in fact, describes a few of my amendments. And I had at least one amendment that would make it very clear that an illegal alien who knowingly registers to vote will be subject to criminal penalties. Right now, it's nominally against the law to vote if you're not a citizen, but there are far too few teeth in that law. And this would provide some of those teeth. Now, who could be against making sure, especially when we've had record numbers of people entering our country without documentation, entering our country illegally? 10 million, according to some estimates. Some would say that it's higher than that. Some would say it's a little lower than that. Either way, we're talking about something in the neighborhood of 10 million or so entering into this country just since Joseph R. Biden became the 46th President of the United States on January 20th, 2021. It's not unreasonable as we approach a very important, very consequential election to say, let's make sure that it's citizens who are voting, and let's say that in the case of an illegal alien who knowingly registers to vote would face some penalties for that.
These and other amendments that I had prepared would actually ensure border security and protect America's elections from foreign interference. Things that I think many, probably most of my colleagues profess to care about. Things that we all certainly should care about. But nonetheless, these amendments drew objections. All of them objections imposed by Democrats in the Senate to the mere consideration of these amendments. We couldn't even make the amendment pending, couldn't even consider them. I also asked that the following amendments be considered. An amendment that would allow only 2% of the funds intended for Ukraine to be released until the President delivered a strategy to Congress with specific objectives and specific timelines. This, Madam President, is not too much to ask. Not too much to ask when we've already sent $113 billion over for that war effort, and when we've got a lot of additional funding that, if this bill is enacted, would also be sent to Ukraine. If we're going to do all this, and if we're going to put American weapons on the line, if we're going to put the additional strain on those who produce our weapons on the line, if we're going to reduce our stockpiles even further, if we're going to tax and inflate the dollar additionally, as this will require us to do because we're talking about borrowed money here, then the American people should have the benefit of knowing what the strategy is. We don't have a comprehensive, coherent strategy from the administration on what they want as the outcome of our efforts, of our assistance. What does this look like? How does this conflict get brought to a peaceful, lasting conclusion? What does Ukraine look like after that long hoped for conclusion? These are reasonable things for us to expect. These are certainly reasonable things for us to debate, regardless of how eager any individual senator might be, or alternatively, how reluctant any individual senator might be about providing additional funding to Ukraine. There was another amendment prohibiting any funding for economic support for Ukraine from paying the pensions and the salaries of Ukrainian government bureaucrats, as well as paying for any Ukrainian welfare programs. We were pleased, of course, that the language of this bill contains a carve-out that prohibits the use of the roughly $8 billion we're sending over in economic support to the Ukrainian government, saying that it couldn't be used to shore up Ukrainian pensions. That was a good thing. We're glad to see that. We had feared that that would be in there. That was in the original proposal. That original suggestion by President Biden, it should be in there. And that economic relief package was originally somewhere in the neighborhood of $11 or $12 billion. It was brought down, I think, in part because of this prohibition against using it to back up pensions in Ukraine. But there's still nothing in there that prohibits Ukraine from using that for its own social welfare programs or to pay the salaries of Ukrainian bureaucrats or other civil servants. By the way, it's my understanding that this is enough money to pay them for an entire year. Now, a lot of Americans have questions, even a lot of Americans who might be okay with sending some additional military assistance to Ukraine, have reservations about paying the salaries and the social welfare benefits of the Ukrainian government for an entire year. There was another amendment that I tried to make pending that would prohibit putting American taxpayers on the hook for any reconstruction activities in Ukraine. It's understandable here, too, why there would be some concern. When we engage in nation building, this is often how an effort that begins with a promise that we'll be there for maybe a year or two, that we'll be in charge of reconstruction activities for a year or two. it can stretch into 2 decades really quickly before we know it. And unlike wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and other places where we've engaged in nation building that took way too long and way too much money from the American taxpayer, this isn't even a war that we ourselves are fighting. This isn't even a war as to which we've enacted an authorization for the use of military force for Americans to fight or a declaration of war. And so it makes it even more inappropriate for us to just assume that nation building is going to be our focus. Now, sure, there's only $25 million in this bill for that effort identified as such within that particular project of newly liberated communities or words to that effect. But this is the nose in the camel's tent. Once that begins, and if this war concludes, where I think all of us in this body want it to conclude, which is a victory for Ukraine, there's going to be a lot more of this to go on. There was a recent estimate by some global authority, it could have been with the World Bank, suggesting we're looking at something like $300 or $400 billion for Ukrainian reconstruction. Why would the United States put itself in a position here to be on the cutting edge of that, to be at the epicenter of that, as far as organizing, funding, et cetera? It's a dangerous thing to move forward with without even having a debate on a single amendment to try to limit what we would do on that front. There was also an amendment that I tried to make pending that would clarify that not only would our American taxpayer dollars stop funding UNRWA, this singularly offensive anti-Semitic, anti-Israel agency within UN. And I'm here again, I'm grateful to those who drafted the bill that at least UNRWA was excluded from U.S. funding. Because UNRWA, as we've discovered in recent weeks, and as many of us have worried about for years, has been involved in all kinds of horrible things, not just the indoctrination of young children in Gaza, such that they were taught in UNRWA-run schools to hate Jewish people, but also encouraged to engage in acts of violence against them, and have been for years, in fact, the better part of a couple of decades. But more recently, it appears that a number of UNRWA personnel and facilities and other resources were used actively to help these attacks and those responsible for the attacks. So anyway, it's a good thing that the bill as written excludes UNRWA. But what about the other agencies? I believe there are 19 UN agencies operating within Gaza. What about those? So my amendment that I introduced last week and that I tried to make pending on Saturday would clarify that not only would U.S. taxpayer dollars not be available to send to UNRWA specifically, but they would also no longer fund any UN organization, any UN agency operating in Gaza, ensuring that the American taxpayer dollar does not end up in the hands of Hamas. Look, these UN networks are very sophisticated, and those that operate in Gaza have, of course, worked closely in concert one with another. And to say that we're going to get rid of any risk of funding the same problems that were facilitated and materially advanced by UNRWA in the past just by funneling them through another UN agency is folly. And to suggest that simply by funneling it through the UN to send aid to Gaza, we're somehow going to prevent any situation in which we materially assist Hamas, it's not going to happen. I mean, look, it's difficult for us to grasp this here because, fortunately, those who have grown up in this country and lived here our whole lives have never experienced anything like Gaza, present day, 21st century Gaza, in which there is no state. To say it's a failed state is almost an insult to failed states everywhere. But this is just a failure at every end. There essentially is no state. And yet, in part because there is no state, and because of the way that it rules, Hamas rules Gaza with an iron fist. Iron fist in glove. It is in control of everything. So no matter who you funnel it through, even if you don't funnel it through UNRWA, because you can't under the text of this bill, you give it to some other UN entity, it's still going to be helping Hamas. We don't want to do that. We know that October 7th, absolutely grisly. It was a sobering wake-up call to all who have witnessed it. And for those of us who have visited those areas in Israel, in southern Israel, next to Gaza, as my wife and I have in recent weeks, it is sobering, heartbreaking, breathtaking. There are not enough adjectives associated with misery and shock and horror to describe the atrocities that were carried out that awful day on October 7th. And yet, October 7th is and was the tip of the iceberg compared to what they have planned. You know, what they have planned, what they want to do, what Hamas and other Iranian proxies want to do in the region and will do when given the chance, will make what happened on October 7th look like a Sunday picnic. So we don't want to be funding that. Yet in two different accounts under this bill, there's money that could go there. There's two accounts added together, total between $9 and $10 billion. That ought to be something we're concerned about. And for my colleagues who might disagree with me on this amendment, I would ask them this: shouldn't this at least be something that we should debate? Shouldn't this at least be something we should vote on before we send it? This, like the other amendments that I've just described, the other germane amendments that I've just described, they are not dilatory, these are not reckless, these are not there to try to serve any purpose other than to, number one, make the bill less likely to inflict harm, which I think should be our first job in all of this, and also to sharpen the debate, sharpen our analysis of what it is that we want to happen. It's not too much to ask for those things to be considered. But disturbingly, my colleagues, those of them who objected and those who have supported the objectors and those who have supported cloture, even after it became clear that there was to be no debate on any of these things, have persisted in moving forward and have defended those who have done it, defended those who have ensured that we will have no meaningful debate on any of these issues, no opportunity to vote. They've rejected every safeguard, every limit, every condition that I've offered, so that we may, if we adopted them, I think these are things we could do to make sure that we're good and faithful stewards over U.S. taxpayer dollars. And, you know, these taxes that we spend all too freely here are not free. They're taken from hardworking citizens. They're taken from hardworking men and women who are just trying to put a roof over their head and food on the table. Finding these days that since January 20th, 2021, it cost them $1,000 a month every single month just to put food on the table, gas in the car, groceries in the fridge, in the pantry, just to live. Everything from housing to health care, from gas to groceries, everything in between. It's all become more expensive, in part in large part, mostly, because our government spends routinely trillions of dollars a year now, more than it takes in every single year. And you can't do that, even when you're the world's reserve currency, which the US dollar is. By the way, we should worry about whether we're jeopardizing that too. So far, we've gotten away with it because the dollar is still the least bad deal in town. And by in town, I mean on the planet. But the more we test the limits of that, the more I think we shouldn't test the limits of it. But in any event, even when you are the world's reserve currency, there's still consequences to multi-trillion-dollar deficit spending year after year after year. It's one thing to do that in the middle of a pandemic. We now should doubt the wisdom of a lot of that, but especially because it then led to a pattern of multi-trillion-dollar deficit spending year after year since then, including this year, including times like now when we're kind of at the peak of an economic cycle. We've got really low, often record low, unemployment as we've been doing this. You print and borrow and spend that much money all at once. It has the effect of just printing it. Every dollar buys less. So through the combination of taxes that many American families work weeks out of months, or if not months, often months out of every year just to pay their federal taxes. On top of that, they're taxed again when every dollar they make or have saved buys a lot less, precisely because we borrow and spend too much money. And you add insult to injury to that. After making them work that long to make the money, after then taxing them again because you spent too much money, you make it so that their money doesn't spend as far, doesn't buy as much as it used to. You add insult to injury by not even debating an amendment to make sure that their hard-earned tax dollars aren't used to kill Israelis and threaten, intimidate, perhaps kill Americans and our allies. This is really concerning. I don't understand why we would want to do this. So, we've got to make sure that we've undertaken our due diligence work properly, that we've done so faithfully. If we don't do it, the American people will be disappointed, and they should be. Look, I've not been quiet about my opposition to this bill. I do believe that it betrays a promise that, as I understood it, the members of the Senate Republican Conference made to each other and made to our constituents and made to our colleagues across the aisle and our counterparts over in the House a few months ago, a commitment that, as I understand it, was not just made months ago, but also reiterated pretty consistently over the last 2 or 3 months. And if we stayed to that, then this body wouldn't consider sending another dollar, another quarter, another dime, another nickel, another penny to Ukraine until we had passed something that actually would secure the border, that would force the issue of border security so that the issue of border security and a secure border could be realized in the near short term, in this presidency, and not at some aspirational moment somewhere in the future. We were told for months that this was the plan, and something was negotiated on that, and I have great affection and respect for those who were involved in that on both sides of the aisle. Senator Langford is a dear friend, and he worked really hard on that. I know the other negotiators did too. They were in that room, we weren't, and for many of us, most of us, in fact, I think it ended up being all but 4 Republican senators who, after we first saw that bill at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time a week ago Sunday, looked at and decided we couldn't support it. So once that happened, that didn't somehow expunge the previous commitment. It didn't release us from the obligation we had to each other and to our voters to try to make sure that before we sent another dime to Ukraine, that we make sure that this border is secure at home, that we force the issue of border security, even as against an administration led by a president not willing to secure the border. In fact, one that's openly hostile toward border security for reasons I cannot fathom. That's the position they're taking. Were there provisions in that bill that could have made a difference? Of course there were. You know, there were things in that bill that I think could have proven useful within an administration that wanted to make the border secure. But with an administration bent on not doing that very thing that was the object of the entire months-long negotiation process to begin with, there were enough loopholes in it that I and nearly all of my colleagues didn't believe it got us to that point. So once that happened, I believe what could and should have happened was that we as Senate Republicans would unite again behind the idea of getting something done. Put a few things, concrete things on the table. Something like one of the amendments that I offered up the other day, my Stopping Border Surges Act, which would make some surgical adjustments to immigration law, particularly those dealing with border security issues. They're narrow, they're finite, they should be things that every Republican should be able to support. We presented that and a couple of other provisions. I know I've got a colleague or two who have expressed interest in it, and I think a majority of Republicans who have indicated that they would support language that would even tie the spending of Ukraine aid to the achievement of certain objectively verifiable border security metrics. Others have suggested attaching legislation passed by the House to secure the border, H.R. 2. Not a bad idea, since we know that has the support of every Republican in the House of Representatives. Now, others have said, well, that's, we know that can't pass in the Senate. Well, yeah, alone, it couldn't. Alone, I think every Republican over here has expressed support, at least for the core provisions of that. And I think every Democrat has expressed opposition to it as a whole. But once you attach it to this and make it a conditioned precedent for sending another dime to Ukraine, that might change. The whole idea from the beginning was to harness the Democrats' overwhelming support for sending more Ukraine aid, combine that with Republicans' overwhelming support for securing the border. Neither party would perhaps be pleased with the outcome, and that it would involve giving up something that we didn't want to provide. But nonetheless, it'd be a way forward. So if we were standing by that, if 24 to 48 hours after the border deal, as it's been described in the public, was released to the public for the first time through the news media at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time a week ago Sunday, we knew within 24 to 48 hours it wasn't going anywhere. Within 72 hours, all but 4 Republicans had voted against it. Once that happened, the logical next step, consistent with the commitment that we made to each other and to the public months ago, would have been to negotiate something else, perhaps including something like H.R. 2, perhaps including something like what most Republicans have said they think would be appropriate in addition to that, which would be conditioning the release of Ukraine aid to the achievement of certain objectively verifiable border security metrics. But no, rather than having any of this, we had a handful of my Republican colleagues, 12.5 of them now, who have chosen to move ahead with the bill, to move ahead with the quid without the quo, to move ahead with what the Democrats want, what unites Democrats, not only Democrats in the Senate, but Democrats across the country, Democrats in the House, with what they want, but without Republicans having any of what they want, at least most Republicans. So you can understand my frustration here, that if we can't have the bill we want, the next best thing would be to at least have the chance to try to amend this bill. Without something that actually forces fully the issue of border security, it's hard for me to imagine how I could even consider voting for it. For my own purposes, to say nothing of the commitment that we as a conference made to each other and to the public months ago. But if I can't defeat the bill, the next best thing I can do is to amend it to improve it. Now, some have cynically denigrated this by saying that a lot of those wanting to offer amendments are doing so merely for dilatory purposes, or doing so for purposes that are themselves cynical, trying to destroy the bill, and in any event, these are people who don't support the bill, are not going to vote for the bill at the end of the day, and therefore shouldn't get a chance to do so. I find this argument utterly lacking. With 2+ centuries of established tradition, to principles of basic collegiality that ought to pervade any body, much less certainly, at least any body that fancies itself the world's greatest deliberative legislative body. Think about it for a minute. If you say, unless you agree with this bill exactly as it is, and unless you are willing to agree to support the bill, regardless of which amendments pass and which do not, unless you're unequivocally willing to sign on to whatever becomes the finished product of this bill, we're not going to take into account your desire to have us consider amendments. You lose. You were excluded from the process. You're not part of the cool kids club, and you have no say in it. We won't even let you offer amendments, and when you try to do so, we will question the sincerity of your desire to do it. That's not fair. That's not accurate. And it completely ignores the way this or any other legislative body in any civilized society that I know anything about should operate. But look, the fact is that I and others have not been allowed to amend the bill, not just to amend it, to achieve the amendment, to achieve passage of the amendment. We haven't even been allowed to make a single amendment pending, thus putting it in line for eventual disposition, either by a roll call vote, a voice vote, a point of order, a motion to table, or any of the other myriad means by which an amendment once pending can be disposed of. None of my colleagues, neither Democrat nor Republican, have been allowed to amend it. Why not? Well, there is this misinformation circulating about why we can't amend the bill, so I'd like to correct the record. This morning it was reported by a Hill News outlet that, quote, there's still no agreement on amendment votes, in part because of Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, close quote. Is that really what's happening? Honestly? Look, that same newsletter failed to note that I spent 4 hours on the floor on Saturday asking unanimous consent for 6 amendments merely to be made pending, not to pass them, not to have them adopted, merely to make them pending. I was not asking for these amendments to be passed or voted on immediately. I was just asking for them to be brought up before the Senate for consideration. The objector to my request was not Senator Paul, as this morning's reporting might have led you falsely to believe. Senator Paul was not the one blocking an amendment process. It was Senate Democrats who objected every single time to even considering any kind of amendment, even my germane amendments, which were most of the amendments that I tried to make pending. And again, a germane amendment is one that, under the rules of the Senate, is very closely connected, tightly, inextricably connected to the subject matter. It's not some extraneous thing. My Democrat colleagues said that, quote, MAGA extremists had their chance. This is what they said while objecting to the mere consideration of my amendments, implying that when Senate Republicans rejected the border bill that we saw for the first time at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time a week ago Sunday, that we forfeited our right to offer amendments of any sort, apparently not just amendments related to border security or immigration or whether or not we should allow illegal immigrants to vote without facing some sort of penalty, but also amendments regarding where exactly the money is going to Ukraine, whether they should be able to use it for their own social welfare programs, whether or not they should be able to use it as they have in the past under similar programs, under similar money that we've sent them in the past, to pay for concert tickets for Ukrainian concert goers, to pay for the economic stability of clothing stores in Ukraine, and to pay the salaries for one entire year for every single government employee of the Ukrainian government. When did that become the principle of this body? That because something like this happened, here that Republicans rejected, all but 4 of us, opposed the border bill that we saw for the first time a week ago Sunday at 7 p.m., we forfeited all of our rights to even offer any amendments and have those considered. When did that become the principle of this body? What insane human being commandeered our system and all of a sudden inserted that new rule? It's not in my rule book. It's not in any of the books that outline the precedents that have unfolded over the last 2.5 centuries in this country. No, not at all. When did we accept that if you disagree with the legislation before the Senate, you can't offer any amendments to make the bill better than it otherwise would be? Where is that written in the Senate rules? When did that become a custom of the Senate? I hope that my Republican colleagues would unite. If not on this bill, then at least unite to completely disavow this view, to disabuse the press and anyone watching from thinking that this is how we roll now. We really should be able to unite to completely disavow this view. Why? Well, because it'll completely trample on the rights of the minority party and disenfranchise the voters who put us here to begin with. That's a really good reason. Really good reason to make clear that it doesn't matter where you're leaning on a bill or where you might vote on the ultimate package before the Senate. You still have no less a right to try to improve the bill, to try to make sure that it's better than it is now. But I'm afraid, Madam President, some of my Republican colleagues are entertaining this view. In fact, one of my Republican colleagues who's here in the chamber today reportedly said yesterday, and I hope that he was misquoted, quote, "You don't put forth 80 amendments and say that you won't negotiate on time agreements and be taken seriously. That's what's happening here. Those folks are going to vote against it no matter what," close quote. Look, maybe there's more to the context of this. I hope there is. Perhaps there's something I'm misunderstanding.
Senator from North Carolina.
I rise to see if the gentleman from Utah will yield with the knowledge that I will provide some of my unallocated time so he can continue his comments beyond that required to answer my questions.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yeah, without surrendering the floor, I'll yield for a question.
Thank you, Senator Lee. Senator Lee, first, I want to thank you for putting forth amendments, many of which I would like to vote for. I also want to thank you for not having the proviso that all of these amendments must be voted for without yielding any time. But Senator Lee, you mentioned about how the Senate works. I've only been here for 9 years. You've been here longer than me. But I thought it was custom, whether Democrats were in control or Republicans were in control, that when we reached a point to where we're on the bill, that a part of the process was making good faith offers of amendments like you have. And then the majority, which actually controls what we take up on the floor, would then look for at least some concession on time. But I understand that we have some members who have said no matter what, they would not be conceding any time. So just to be fair to the couple of dozen people watching C-SPAN and some of the people in the gallery, I'm just trying to understand whether or not it is clear that we have members who said under no circumstances would we negotiate any time, and it's in fact that intransigence that's making it less likely that any of the good bills that my colleagues have offered up in the Republican conference are not going to get voted on. Is that your understanding? Yes. Okay.
I think so.
Okay. And so may I ask another question? So I just want to be clear that generally speaking, Senator Lee, I've observed you do some extraordinary things on the floor and manage to get some very helpful measures, amendments voted on, including some of the ones today. But I do want to be clear that we're likely never going to have an opportunity to vote on those, because we do have some of our colleagues who have made it very clear that they're not willing to have the puts and takes that are necessary in the world's most deliberative body to actually get an opportunity to take those votes. Is that your understanding?
Yes, essentially. I would like to respond. I hope to get the floor back soon to
I yield
explain
back.
what I mean. Thank you. All right, so in the first place, yeah, you're right to point out, I have not been objecting to those. It is a common agreement and understanding that we'll reach. Not always, but much of the time we can pull together a list of amendments, put them together on a raft, so to speak, a raft that you can send out among all Senate Republicans, and if no one objects, you can vote on a handful. Maybe it's 4, maybe it's 40, maybe it's somewhere in between amendments, and then you'll set up some agreements surrounding the amount of time for each of those. I'm not sure of exactly all the details or all the reasons of those objecting, but I do understand there have been some of my colleagues who have objected to those. But I will say this, the fact that there are some who object to that, my understanding is that at least for some of them, I can't purport to speak for all of them, at least for some of them, what they were concerned about is making sure that any such raft of agreements not culminate in or create an expectation of a scenario in which we would limit the total number of amendments that could be offered, considered, and voted on, or the total amount of time in which amendments could be considered, and that on that basis they were objecting. Now, I didn't arbor that particular view and wasn't making those particular objections. Nonetheless, those colleagues were not objecting to what I was doing all day on the floor on Saturday, which is calling up again and again amendments, most of which were germane to the bill, that no one on the Republican side was objecting to, not one, to having them made pending. And the only reason given that I heard on Saturday as to why they weren't allowing amendments, and what's funny about this one is that the objection as it was made was usually occurring in response to something that had nothing to do with border security as far as my amendments went. The objection I got from the Democrats who objected over and over and over again was, look, MAGA Republicans are to blame, and they rejected the border package, therefore they don't get any say in this bill. So this is entirely afield from that objection. This is entirely afield from what my friend and colleague, and I mean that sincerely when I call him a friend from North Carolina, was mentioning. This is different than that. These were, nobody else was here, no other live requests were being made for people who wanted to make their amendments pending. There was no reason in the world why we couldn't at least make those pending. And the fact that, yeah, some were objecting to having them pass in blocks, that's their business. I can't answer for that. But they had their reasons, and they did not object to what I was doing there. And so it really leads me to wonder why it is that anyone would imply that if you don't support the final bill, you don't get any say in the bill. You can't make your amendments pending. You can't even have your amendments considered. You can't even tee them up for consideration, for disposal, as I say, either through a roll call vote or a voice vote, or alternatively a motion to table, a motion to commit, or a point of order, or something like that. You cannot make them pending, apparently, unless you swear allegiance to the finished product, which can't yet be seen, but you're asked to assume consists of that which has been foreordained by whatever a very, very small group of senators happen to be the privileged ones to have written that. Okay. I'd like to continue my remarks if I could.
If at the end of the, I would ask if at the end of Senator Lee's remarks, if he
Senator
would
from
yield to a
Utah
question.
actually has the floor, Senator.
My inquiry to Senator Lee was whether or not he would yield at the end of his comments for a question.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Go ahead and ask your question. At some point, I'd like to be able to continue my thoughts without being interrupted. Go ahead.
Madam President, I just want to make the point that I've actually seen a number of amendments that Senator Lee has made that I'd like to vote on, and I don't believe that there's anyone here who's making a judgment about whether or not he should get the amendments, whether or not he's going to vote for the final passage of the bill. I just want to restate again whether or not he's aware that we're not getting on any amendments, probably a handful that would be his, because of objections offered by our colleagues. And I just wanted to make that point. It has nothing to do with where he will ultimately vote on the bill. It has to do with the intransigence of some of our members who simply won't seek agreement, which is how we operate in the Senate. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Lee.
Okay, a couple of things. First of all, it's still beside the point. I get that. I appreciate the observation made by my friend, my distinguished colleague, the senator from North Carolina. I really do. It still misses the point. I was still here. I still sought to have my amendments made pending on a half dozen amendments, most of which were germane, on Saturday. There was no reason why we couldn't make those pending. There was nobody objecting. The same senators who were objecting to other amendments were not objecting to these. And I don't know what that has to do with it. Secondly, it was my understanding when I agreed to entertain the first of those questions and to yield for a question that it would not count against my time, and I would ask consent that not.
Without objection.
All right. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that any Republican senator be allowed to call up amendments and that the tree be set aside.
Do we have an objection? Objection is heard.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that any senator from either party be allowed to call up amendments and that the tree be set aside.
Is there objection? The
Madam
objection
President,
is heard.
I ask unanimous consent that any Democratic senator be allowed to call up amendments and the tree be set aside for that purpose.
Is there objection? Objection is heard.
Now, this is interesting. This is interesting what's happened. They're now opposed even to Democratic senators calling up amendments and making those pending. Why is that? Well, it appears to be, again, this consolidation of power. Look, the American people have lost enormous power in recent years, Madam President. They have lost enormous power as power has been taken away from them in at least 3 steps. First, it's taken away from them as power is brought away from states and local governments, where most of the power under our federal system is supposed to reside, consistent with both the original text of the Constitution and the 10th Amendment. Second, once that power has been brought here to Washington, it's been outsourced and moved away from the American people. And yet another step, lawmaking power gets shifted from elected lawmakers over to unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. Third, even where the power resides and remains within this body, once it's been moved here, in many cases where it shouldn't be, it's been consolidated excessively to a few. Here in the Senate, I often refer to this as the firm, the law firm of Schumer and McConnell. Very often we consolidate power in the hands of the few. Legislative leaders put together a bill very much like this. In fact, this very bill. And then nobody allows, apparently by agreement, for anybody to get votes on anything. Even when we try to throw it open, we try to say anybody in this body gets to have their amendments made pending. They're told no. And then even after we make a request that just Democratic senators have that time, they're told no. Look, this is not how it's supposed to work. This is not how it's supposed to work at all. The American people are excluded from a process insofar as we all point to someone else. The American people must not be excluded from this process. And when they are, bad things happen. Today, this might be a bill that you like. Tomorrow, it might be a bill you don't like. Majorities can change. Republican Senate leadership within the Senate may change, and when it changes, you might not like the precedent that you yourself have set when you try to exclude people just because they disagree with your ultimate outcome of the bill. This isn't right. The Senate was set up to be a different sort of deliberative legislative body. Part of what makes it deliberative is that each state is represented equally, and there's a type of comity that naturally arises out of that understanding of what differentiates us from the House. A type of comity that survived and thrived for more than 2 centuries. It's been eroded materially in recent years. And by recent years, I mean very recent years. It's gotten significantly worse, even in the 13 short years that I've spent in the United States Senate. I hope we can turn it around. Madam President, may I ask how much time remains on my account after the deduction for the interruption?
The senator has 8 minutes remaining.
Okay. Seeing that I have 8 minutes remaining, I'd like to reserve the balance of those minutes so that I can come back as necessary. Thank you. Madam President.
The senator from Utah.
A little more than 3 months ago, the Senate Republicans came together and reached something of a conclusion. We concluded it made a lot of sense to make a commitment to each other and a commitment to those we represent and a commitment to those in the other chamber just down the hall from here, that we wouldn't be sending another penny to Ukraine without achieving border security in our own homeland. After all, the conflict in Ukraine is about helping Ukraine maintain its own defensible borders. It's about helping Ukraine with its own national security. Meanwhile, we've got a border that's, I mean, to describe it as porous is an insult to porousness. It is a border through which an estimated 10 million people have entered our country unlawfully just over the last 3 years since President Biden took office. And then now, through the efforts of a faithless few, we were poised to treat our promise to Americans the same way President Biden has treated his solemn oath to protect our country's borders, as somehow expedient, expendable, and apparently now expired. Madam President, we cannot send billions of dollars to Ukraine, many, many tens of billions of dollars to Ukraine, while America's own borders are bleeding, while they're wide open, and while we've got many thousands upon thousands of the 10 million or so who have come in over the last 3 years, who are coming in under circumstances that make them highly suspicious, to say nothing of the millions of others who came in. But just in the last few months alone, we know that thousands have come in from countries that are not in Latin America, from countries like Syria, Afghanistan, China, and a lot of other countries where we have a lot of people who don't like this country, who don't share its values, who don't share its vision, don't share its commitment to the rule of law, and who have come in here. We know nothing about them. They come in unvetted, in some cases unseen, but in some respects, it's even more troubling. The ones who come in that our government knows about, they are processed and then released. Processed, meaning we take down a bunch of information about them, then release them into the country, either under the pretense that they have applied for asylum and might be deemed qualified to receive that form of relief, or alternatively under the theory that they can be brought in under what's known as immigration parole, a category that's never supposed to be used. In fact, by law, it can't be used categorically to treat all people from a certain country a certain way. No, it's there to be used in unusual circumstances, either for humanitarian compassionate need, like, somebody's loved one has passed away and they need to attend a funeral, or they need to come to attend to a critically ill loved one, or alternatively, a public use exception under immigration parole, such as somebody speaks a foreign language that's badly needed, where they need an interpreter. Very few people speak that in this country, and they've found one from somebody outside the United States. This is a way of getting them into the country for a short period of time. So sometimes they're brought in under the asylum theory, others under the parole theory. Others still are brought in under withheld removal, or just told you don't have to leave now. In many of these circumstances, the people who are released into the interior of the country are told at some point you will have a hearing before an immigration judge. We hope you will come to that. And by the way, your immigration hearing before the immigration judge may well be in the 2030s, may well be in 2035 or later. But in the meantime, have fun. We'll get you a plane ticket to the U.S. city of your choice. And by the way, those pesky things that American citizens have to worry about when traveling from one part of the United States to another, like airplane tickets, we've taken care of that. Also, identification papers. Americans have to produce a photo ID establishing who they are at an airport. You don't have to worry about that either. We'll fly you anywhere you want. Have fun. Well, it's not long before international drug cartels pick up on the fact that this is a great source of revenue for them. It's a great source of revenue and also a great source of facilitating their other businesses when they can traffic human beings in large numbers. You see, these drug cartels are making many tens of billions of dollars every single year smuggling in human traffic into the interior of the United States. And why wouldn't they? People want the American dream. People like the opportunity to live here. Maybe for some, it's perceived as a great way to earn more money that can be sent back home. Maybe some want to live here permanently and make it their home. Maybe others want to inflict harm on the United States. We don't really know, because we've thrown caution to the wind. We've just, under the failed leadership of President Joe Biden, we've just brought them in by the millions. It's been a really good deal for the drug cartels, who have made tens of billions of dollars a year as a result of this criminally negligent approach toward enforcing the border. Now, their approach to enforcing the border in these respects is non-enforcement. It's deliberate, willful non-enforcement, inuring to the great detriment, to the great harm, and presenting incredibly indefensible risks to the American people. This has gone on now for over 3 years. It kicked in, as I remember, right as President Biden took office. He started issuing executive orders, undoing things like the Remain in Mexico program, the migrant protection protocols, the safe third country agreements carefully negotiated by the previous administration, which also had some migrant surges and surges of illegal immigration. But to its credit, the previous administration did something about it by putting in place these programs to guarantee that if someone coming into the United States without documentation across our southern border by land thereafter claimed asylum, for example, they would have to wait in Mexico, remain in Mexico, while his or her asylum application remained pending. Why does that matter? Well, statistics tell us that for every person who applies for asylum, every 10 people who apply for asylum, rather, fewer than one will actually receive it. Some say it's around 90%, others will say it's in the high 90s. The percentages of people who apply for asylum who are deemed ineligible for asylum. They're not eligible to receive it. And yet we receive all these people in here. So anyway, President Biden takes office. About that time, somebody asked Secretary Mayorkas, either just before or just after he was confirmed by the Senate, I don't remember which. They asked him a question. What would you say to people who were part of these migrant caravans that were by then traveling through southern Mexico, making their way toward the United States? What would you say to them? Now, the kind of answer you would hope and expect that we should be able to demand that we would receive from the chief immigration law enforcement officer in the United States should have been, don't come. Don't come. Why? Well, because the risks are myriad. You don't want to enter this country with your first step into the country being an act in violation of our law. You don't want to subject yourself or your family members who may be with you to great risk to life and limb. You don't want to subject anyone, but especially women and girls traveling with those caravans, to the risk of sexual assault. The statistics vary on this wildly. At the low end, some say that the number is around 30% of the women and girls who were sexually assaulted in the journey. Others say it's much more likely to be in the mid-60% range of women and girls sexually assaulted along these horrible, dangerous journeys. And of course, women and girls are not the only victims of sexual assault along the way. Men and boys also have that happen to them. What's even worse, a number of these individuals, disproportionately women and girls more than men and boys, but I believe there are some in each category, end up being subjected to a form of sex slavery. You see, it costs many thousands of dollars to be trafficked into this country by a drug cartel. Many thousands of dollars. The higher the risk you are, the more distant the country you come from, especially if it's separated by an ocean from the Americas, the more likely you are to have to pay tens of thousands of dollars. If you're from Latin America, some are able to make the payment with a few $1,000s, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 maybe. Others pay a little bit more. Others pay a lot more if they're deemed high risk and they have to be smuggled in and they can't, for whatever reason, appear through a port of entry. where do they get this money? These are people who, for those of us who have been down to the border, as I have many times even in the last few months, know that the people who are arriving under these circumstances, having made this long, dangerous journey, they don't have a lot of money. They don't have expendable sums of cash. It's not like they can just go into their local bank and dip into their savings account and come up with 5, 6, 7 grand in US dollars to come up here. No. So how do they pay for it? Well, some of it they were able to scrounge together, perhaps from contributions from friends and family. Maybe they sell everything they've got. Maybe for some that comes close. For a lot of them, it doesn't. So how do they pay it? Well, there's a word for this, and it's a word that's fallen out of use in commonly spoken American English for more than a century and a half. But the word is indentured servitude. It's a word that I certainly had relegated to the history books. That's why I was stunned during my last trip to the border down in the McAllen, Texas area, an area where I lived, worked among the poorest of the poor as a missionary back in the early 1990s. It's where I learned Spanish, learned to love the culture down there. It's an amazing place with wonderful people. But during my most recent visit, I was visiting with Border Patrol agents. They told me, for the first time since the Civil War, and certainly since the adoption and ratification of the 13th Amendment, which prohibits slavery and indentured servitude, we have in this country, in the United States of America, in the 21st century, a significant population of indentured servants in the United States. Of these, many are living in what is essentially sex slavery. Others are living in another form of indentured servitude, required to live their lives subject to the will and whim and wishes of these international drug cartels who make money smuggling these people across and then benefit from essentially slave labor from them. One of my colleagues who made an even more recent trip to the border, just came back from the border a week or so ago, recently told me that for those subjected to the form of sex slavery to which these women and girls are subjected, it may take them 6, 7, 8 years to pay off what they owe. They're housed in what can only be described as a rudimentary prison that also doubles as a brothel. And while they are nominally paid in the sense that they're given credit for everything that they do, they're also charged sometimes exorbitant fees for room and board, to house, clothe, and feed them. There are detailed records that have to be kept right down to the cost of doing something as simple as removing an ankle bracelet given to them by the Department of Homeland Security to monitor their whereabouts. I'm told that the cost for that is set at $30. But this is one of the reasons why they may have to work 6, 7, 8 years in sex slavery inside this country after they have arrived illegally, unlawfully, in order to pay off their debts to the drug cartels, who are profiting to the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year. Most of the men are put to a different type of work, one way or another, moving parcels from one destination to another with their whereabouts closely monitored by the cartels the entire time. But let's get back to the fact that we have a significant population of indentured servants here in the United States once again. Why? What master are we serving by doing this? What good is being advanced by such lawlessness? And at what cost? At what price? Let's think about what this does to neighborhoods, to communities, to schools, to churches. All those people out there who do everything they can to lift up the hands that hang low, to serve their fellow beings, to find those less fortunate themselves and figure out ways to help them. When their soup kitchens and their homeless shelters, even their church pews, even their schools become overrun, they're less able to do what they need to do. And I fear, Madam President, that we as Senate Republicans, having made this commitment to each other and to the American people, and then having abandoned that commitment, as we've done in connection with this, and we will have done should this legislation pass into law without a single shred of border security forcing language in it, we will have done them a grave disservice. We will have done them a grave disservice after promising to help them. That saddens me. I don't understand why we would do that to them. I don't understand why we would do that to ourselves, why we would do that to the American people after having made that commitment as we did. This isn't trivial. It isn't light. These aren't things that are just fun to talk about. In fact, I detest talking about things like human trafficking, about sex slavery. It's not pleasant at all. But we must talk about them, because if we don't talk about them, we cannot fix them. We alone are in charge of funding this government. We alone in this body are equipped to recognize that there are not many ships that pass this direction that are of such import that have so much of a head of steam behind them that they're likely to pass. And this was a uniquely good moment for Republicans to recognize, look, the Democrats have something that they really, really care about. Some Republicans do too, as we've come to find out. But this is an issue that, by and large, unites the Democratic Party and those in the United States Senate who are part of it. They really, really want to send more money to Ukraine. We'll talk about that more in a moment, but it's something that they really, really want to do, even though we've already sent $113 billion there, even though that's more money than any other nation on earth has sent, even though the military aid that we've sent far eclipses not only that of any other nation since this war started, but of every other nation combined. But that's something they really want to do. We also knew that securing our border is something that Republicans care a lot about. I wish it were not only Republicans who cared about our border security, and I'm sure that on some level a number of our Democratic colleagues do too, but just maybe not in the same way that we do. Not enough to call out the president from their party. I know that can be difficult, but maybe that makes some of them uncomfortable. I don't know. It's not for me to say. But the point is this. Most Republicans in Congress feel, or at least profess strongly to feel, a strong need to secure the border, and most Democrats feel very passionately about securing Ukraine's border. Some overlap between those two, I get it. It's an overgeneralization, perhaps. But it's a point that Republicans in the Senate saw, and we realized, gosh, you know, maybe, just maybe, we can cobble together and harness this desire to send more funding to Ukraine on the left with the corresponding desire among Republicans to secure our border. So it was on that basis that we made that commitment about 3 months ago. Sadly, after we made that commitment, we were told that a few Senate colleagues were trying to iron out a compromise. Now, I know and like each of those colleagues. I have great affection for each of them. I've worked with each of them on different pieces of legislation, and I consider each of them friends. I don't know how it went in the Democratic caucus, but I can tell you from my vantage point in the Republican conference, we were kept completely in the dark on the contents of that legislation until a week ago Sunday at 7 p.m. It wasn't until a week ago Sunday at 7 p.m. that we first got to set our eyes on that document that they had spent 3 or 4 months negotiating. Now, it had a lot of provisions in it, a lot of language in it, but the border security portions of that bill didn't do what we committed to do. I don't mean to suggest bad faith on the part of any individual negotiator, but it didn't do what most of us understood the deal to be. What we asked for was not a Ukraine supplemental aid package with an immigration overhaul attached to it, or even an immigration overhaul package containing some provisions of immigration law that might, in the future, under a different administration, prove to be potentially helpful in securing the border. Kind of what this was, certainly how I perceived it. But it wasn't something that would actually force this administration to secure the border and provide consequences if it didn't. To up the ante, to make it more difficult for this administration to continue this pattern of enriching the international drug cartels to the tune of tens of billions of dollars every single year through aggressive non-enforcement of the border. It did not do that. So, look, this was the predictable, foreseeable, and by some of us foreseen and warned of consequence of having a negotiation in which one person was asked to negotiate on behalf of 49 people and also asked not to keep those 49 people apprised of the precise contents of that draft legislation. For many of us, this was unthinkable. I don't know how you can possibly negotiate on behalf of anyone, much less a group of 49, without regularly informing them of exactly what's going on and even providing text that you've been drafting. But alas, that was not my decision, and I have reason to believe it was not even the decision of our lead negotiator, for whom I have great respect and admiration. It was the decision of the Senate Republican leader. It was the decision of the Senate Republican leader, apparently, to keep us in the dark, and also to insist on provisions like those that could have withheld funds from Ukraine, or at least delayed the release of some of the Ukraine aid until such time as certain objectively verifiable border security metrics, benchmarks, indicia of operational control of the border had been achieved for a specified period of time. At one point or another, I think I heard half or more of the Senate Republican conference specifically asking for that and explaining that that's the type of thing that we would need. Either that or something so direct, so clear, so precise as the border security package passed by the House of Representatives, H.R. 2, or, at least its core provisions. Some combination of provisions like those found in H.R. 2 and something like the border security metrics package that I mentioned, perhaps even with something in there putting teeth behind provisions in existing law prohibiting non-citizens from voting in federal elections. Things like that would have gone a long way, and I think could have brought most, the overwhelming majority, perhaps, of Senate Republicans, depending on the precise contours of the bill, could have brought them into the fold and on board with the topic. But that's not how it worked. So when we discovered that that's not the legislation that we got, even though that was the legislation we asked for, and that we anticipated, and that we committed to each other and to the public and to our voters and to our colleagues down the hall who felt the same way, upon discovering that that's not what it was, within 24 hours, it appeared that that bill was going to go nowhere. Within 48, maybe it was 72 hours of the release of that text, all but 4 Senate Republicans had voted against that measure. What we should have done, what we could have done, what I still don't understand why we didn't do, is then turn forthwith to putting together a package that would, in fact, accomplish what we set out to do, which is force the issue of border security on the Biden administration as a condition, making the release of additional Ukraine aid subject to the achievement of border security, operational control of the border that would be in place as a condition precedent. This didn't happen. But after that didn't happen, oddly enough, 17 or 18, I think it's back down to 17 now, of my Senate Republican colleagues having made that commitment to each other, to their voters, to our colleagues down the hall, to the American people, to governors, to communities, to school principals, all these people who are relying on and affected by our decisions, especially in communities that are being overrun by people not of our land, people entering not according to our laws, in fact, contrary to our laws. We let all of them down. 17 Republicans then decided, well, do you know what? Notwithstanding that commitment, heck with it. Let's just go ahead and pass all the foreign aid stuff. Let's pass all the foreign aid without any border security. Let's help Ukraine with its border security problems, but let's leave ours out there. This may well be the last real opportunity we'd have to do that in this administration. How many more illegal aliens will be brought in? How many more people will come in who are on the terrorist watch list? How many other people will come in from countries that themselves raise suspicion, given the concentration of people who hate our country in those nations from which they came? So why did these 17 Republicans just decide to turn their back on the promise that we had made and on the people who were relying on that commitment? I really don't understand. Nor do I understand why, once we got on the bill, as we approached the bill, we were told by a number of those 17, well, don't worry about it. Once we get onto it, we can have an amendment process. We can at least process amendments. We can have votes on amendments. It'll be fair and open as an amendment process. Don't worry about it. Then we got onto it. And what we were told is that, no, sorry, turns out we don't really need your votes anymore because 17 Republicans agreed so eagerly, so willingly to go along with us even without any of those commitments. We don't really owe anything to you. So I came to the Senate floor, was here most of the day on Saturday, stood here for 4 straight hours, talking about different amendments that I wanted proposed, calling up amendment after amendment. Most of my amendments were germane to the bill, asking that they be made pending. They received objections each day, not from Republicans, but from Democrats on the floor. Those Democrats who voiced objections, voiced them again and again and again, saying, in essence, you as Republicans had your chance. You blew your chance. You had your chance at a border security reform package in this bill, and because you didn't take it, you don't get any input into this bill. There was nobody else here at the time who was offering up amendments asking that they may be made pending, so it wasn't a question of the Senate being just flooded with people wanting their amendments to be pending at the time. This wasn't one where we had bipartisan objections to it. No, these were just Democrats, not Republicans, doing it. What was even more shocking is that after that happened, after amendment after amendment, germane amendment after germane amendment, was rejected from consideration, was not allowed to be made pending. See, when we make something pending, we just sort of put it in a queue of sorts. It says this is something that we're going to dispose of. It's something we're going to address. Maybe we'll dispose of it by a roll call vote, maybe a voice vote. Maybe it'll be disposed of by a point of order, motion to commit, or a motion to table. Maybe if it's a non-germane amendment and we haven't disposed of it by the time cloture is invoked, by the time we decide to bring debate to a close on the bill, then it will fall out and just won't be covered. But no, this was just too much to ask. But what was really shocking and really disappointing was the fact that even after that happened, a number of Republicans, even some of the same Republicans who had said, yeah, we'll stand with you, not another dime to Ukraine until we get the border secure, and then had said, yeah, we'll stand with you now that the border security deal that we received for the first time a week ago Sunday at 7 p.m., and that all but 4 Republicans voted against, now that that failed, don't worry, we'll have an open amendment process. And then those same Republicans, a number of them, blamed the failure for us to process even a single amendment on this, not on Democrats who had made those objections, but on Republicans, but on the same Republicans, on people like and including me. I hadn't objected to a single other amendment being processed, not one, and yet I was told that I was part of the problem. I don't get it. Sometimes I wonder why somebody would run as a Republican only to take one of the issues that really should be bipartisan, used to be bipartisan, has now become partisan, but apparently now a lot of Republicans don't care about that much because, by golly, they're going to make sure that Ukraine gets funded and they don't want any conditions attached to it. And then they're going to dismiss, denigrate any Republican who expresses concerns with the bill. Not all of those concerns, in fact, most of them related on the amendments that I tried to make pending the other day. A lot of them dealt specifically with things that don't have to do with the border. I had others that did, and I talked about those. Those were rejected that day, but so too did my amendments that deal specifically with the Ukraine portion of the bill. For example, I raised some concerns about aid that might inevitably will flow to Gaza and end up helping Hamas, possibly to the tune of $9 billion or so on the high end. We know what happened when billions of dollars of humanitarian aid over the years flowed into Gaza. Under no circumstance did we say, oh, here's a check from the United States of America to Hamas. No, are funneled through different aid programs, a lot of them through multilateral, multinational institutions like the United Nations. The thing is, you send money to that part of the country. Gaza is unlike anything that we've ever experienced, those of us who have grown up in the United States and lived our entire lives here. To describe Gaza as a failed state is an insult to failed states everywhere, because it's not even a state. Nonetheless, Hamas rules Gaza with an iron fist. And if you send money to Gaza, it is literally impossible to keep that money, keep those benefits out of the hands of Hamas, and to prevent it from benefiting Hamas. It's one of the reasons why October 7th was made possible. This elaborate network of tunnels, all sorts of things, all sorts of benefits, under the banner of international humanitarian aid that went to Gaza, helped Hamas. It strengthened Hamas. And yes, it led to October 7th. Now, lest you think that that was the end of it, October 7th is just a prelude to other things to come, because by the time Hamas and other Iranian proxies in the region have their say, what happened on October 7th in Israel will look like a Sunday picnic. So I raised concerns about that in one of my amendments. In another one of my amendments, I raised concerns about the fact that of the roughly $8 billion or so going to Ukraine under an economic security package, there's no restriction in there preventing that money from going to pay the salaries of Ukrainian bureaucrats. No restriction in there preventing it from funding Ukrainian social welfare programs. No restrictions in there preventing it from going, as similar funds from the United States have gone over the last couple of years in the past, into programs that result in the purchase with U.S. funds of things like concert tickets for Ukrainian concert goers, things to shore up clothing stores in Ukraine. Look, these are things that, that we're funding. We're funding over and over again, specifically as a result of this largesse that we're pouring into Ukraine. And we're doing all of this at a time when the American people are suffering under the oppressive yoke of Bidenomics, where it's costs the average American household an additional $1,000 every single month just to live, just to put gas in the car, groceries in the fridge and the pantry, to afford everything from housing to health care, gas to groceries, and everything in between. You see, when you print multiple trillions of dollars a year, every year, for several years in a row, more than we bring in, inevitably it starts to have the same effect of just printing off more money, which is essentially what we're doing. And what that means is that every dollar you have in your pocket, every dollar that you receive in every paycheck, every dollar that you might have in your bank account, it buys less, significantly less than it did just a few years ago. Now, for the rich, this isn't as much of a burden, both because they have more and because when you're rich, if you're enterprising, you can actually find a way to get richer, a lot richer, in fact, during periods of inflation like this one. This one just hurts everyone else. So look, it's great to be rich at a time like this, and figures from Wall Street will tell you that. President Biden cavalierly says whenever people bring up economic troubles, he and those in his administration love to say, oh, no, how can you say anything's wrong with the economy when Wall Street's doing great? That's of cold comfort. It shows a tone deafness that I'm not sure what to do with. This hurts them a lot when they see their neighborhoods overrun, their schools struggling to keep up with the influx in many communities of new populations of people who don't belong in this country, who have entered this country unlawfully at the invitation and with the blessing of the Biden administration. The American people know something is wrong, deeply wrong, even if they're not privy to exactly the same details that we've been discussing here. They know something's wrong, and it's a profound insult to them that those of us in this chamber would look so cavalierly at their plight, especially after some of us, nearly half of this body, made a commitment that we've now completely flouted, ignored, neglected. So, back to Saturday. It was Senate Democrats who objected every time I raised one of these amendments to even considering any kind of an amendment. My Democratic colleagues said that, quote, MAGA extremists had their chance, close quote, implying that when Senate Republicans rejected the border bill, we somehow forfeited our right to offer amendments. When did that become the principle of this body? When did we accept that if you disagree with the legislation before the Senate, that if you don't plan, intend, or irrevocably commit to supporting that legislation in the end, that you forfeited your right to offer amendments, to offer improvements, to make changes to the bill, to make one provision better or another provision less bad, so that we first do no harm, as is our obligation? When did we become slaves to that principle in this body? When did that become our governing principle? When did we accept that if you disagree with the legislation before the Senate, you can't try to fix it? Where is that written in the Senate rules? When did that become a custom here, or even acceptable here? Now, I would hope my Republican colleagues would unite to completely, emphatically disavow this view, which, to the extent accepted, will continue to trample on the rights of the minority party and disenfranchise the voters we represent. But I'm afraid that some of my Republican colleagues are now entertaining this view and, in fact, fanning its flames, becoming some of its chief advocates. One of my Republican colleagues, the senior senator from North Carolina, reportedly said yesterday afternoon, quote, "You don't put forth 80 amendments and say that you won't negotiate and time agreements and be taken seriously. That's what's happening here. These folks are going to vote against it no matter what," close quote, as if that were the end of the matter. Madam President, do you understand what's implied with that statement? It suggests that if someone is going to vote against a bill, this body should not even consider your amendments. Now, I would hope that this particular colleague was one who I would assume maybe didn't mean that, or that he was quoted out of context. Maybe he didn't think it all the way through. The only problem is I've heard him say it several times now, in private and in public, and he stands by it. I don't get it. This isn't acceptable. This is a rejection of the Senate's best traditions and its longstanding protection of the rights of the minority, whether they be part of the minority party or whether they be people who disagree with whatever is popular at the moment. This view must be rejected so that the Senate can once again embrace an open amendment process where the American public can see our deliberations in public. Instead, Majority Leader Schumer is obstructing a fair and open amendment process by filling the amendment tree and preventing any senator from making amendments pending on the floor. This procedural tactic prevents senators from offering their amendments and allows Senate leadership to screen every single amendment before it's offered from the floor, and to dole out penuriously, sometimes punitively, those privileged few opportunities for amendment consideration. It allows senators to avoid any tough votes, to avoid surprises, and in short, to avoid any real debate. Now, when I became a senator in 2011, this was not the standard practice. Sure, there were sharp disagreements between the parties, as there are now, but members could, by and large, come down to the floor, call up an amendment, and make it pending. This change that we've seen was pioneered by Democratic leadership about a decade ago, and then gleefully adopted by Republican leadership as well. In some ways, it got more pronounced, even worse, over the next few years after Republicans gained the majority, and it's gotten steadily worse still since then. It's been the practice that leadership on both sides of the aisle have used for too long to stifle debate, and it must end. I offered a motion to table the amendment tree yesterday, or I guess that's the day before yesterday now. Given that it's now Tuesday morning, so that my colleagues could make their own motions, their own amendments pending. But every Democrat, and unfortunately even some of my Republican colleagues, voted against this. This vote shows that Democrats are not serious about the fair and open or the fair and reasonable amendment process that we were promised before getting on this particular bill. So, I had hoped and I had asked that Republicans unite and demand a better process from our Democratic colleagues. I had urged that we demand an open and honest amendment process on the Senate floor so that the American people could see where we stand. Now, my good friend, the senator from Ohio, has dug very deeply into this disastrous bill and sounded the alarm. This legislation contains provisions requiring the next president to keep funding a proxy war in Ukraine, even if the circumstances have changed, and even if the American people elect a president, specifically because he promises to find a peaceful end to this conflict. It's clear that the GOP is being suckered into lining up yet another ridiculous, baseless political impeachment attempt against the next Republican president, should he become the next Republican president, which many of us hope that he will, including me. How can any Republican or any conservative or anyone who values the rule of law support this? Well, earlier in the day, on Monday, we saw how supporters of this terrible bill have resorted to calling their own constituents uninformed idiots. One member of this body said, quote, "Our base cannot possibly know what's at stake compared to well-informed U.S. senators." Really? Rank-and-file American voters couldn't possibly be as smart, as well-informed, as capable of processing these concepts as a U.S. senator? They couldn't possibly be as well-informed as any of us? Well, forgive me, but I haven't seen much reason for a Mensa club on Capitol Hill in the last few years. And as our own majority leader is attacking the, quote, dimmest and our own minority leader, in fact, is attacking the, quote, dimmest and short-sighted views of people who don't want to throw $60 billion more to prolong the Ukraine conflict. These are not the words of people who wish to be elected lawmakers much longer, let alone one day take the majority of the U.S. Senate. Madam President, I, like many of my colleagues, made a commitment, and I think it's important that we as Republican senators acknowledge that we made that commitment and not just pretend it didn't exist, as 17 of my colleagues seem hell-bent on doing. That's why I didn't support cloture. That's why I will not vote to send aid to Ukraine without securing our southern border. On Sunday, I came down to the floor again to ask again that a fair and open amendment process be held. So I made a motion to table the motion to recommit. I did so, you see, because I care about the rights and the perspectives of my colleagues in this chamber. I believe that filling the amendment tree and being forced to cave to the demands of the leadership of the opposite party was something that was being forced on us, quite unfairly, quite wrongly. When I ran for office, I understood that I may have to take tough votes from time to time. As we're often told, if you don't want to fight fires, don't sign up to be a firefighter. And if you don't want to take tough votes, don't run for any legislative office. This is just part of the job. So I ask that each member of this body be able to offer amendments and to debate those amendments as he or she chose. My colleagues decided to decline that proposition, voting against it. The Senate cast its final cloture vote to end debate a few hours ago. Republicans, as we approached that time, continued to ask for more amendments, but continued to be blocked. To my colleagues, I'd remind them, we didn't have to vote for cloture. Not a single Republican had to vote for cloture last night. The bill as drafted doesn't have to pass even today. Even though cloture has been achieved, it still doesn't have to. But last night, as of last night, Republicans couldn't resist the temptation, 17 of them, to help. Democrats couldn't have passed it on their own. 17 Republicans chose to help them. If we were to stand together and we were to have voted against cloture on the underlying bill, we could have prolonged the debate, enabling the opportunity for us to pass germane amendments, of which there were many, of which I had introduced many, that could remove or fix many of the flaws that I've previously outlined. So while deeply concerning all of this is, as deeply concerning as all of this is, I do maintain some hope in the fact that Speaker of the House Mike Johnson has been clear. The bill as drafted is dead on arrival in the House. So I ask the question in closing, why would we vote to send a bill? Why would Senate Republicans, 17 of them, play any role in sending a bill to a majority Republican House, one that is destined to fail in the House? Doing so is counterproductive and doesn't advance the interests of the Republican majority in the House. I hope that as we move forward, we'll do things differently, and I hope that on this vote, I'd ask once again for Republicans to stand together and oppose this bill, even if they voted for previous cloture motions. They don't have to vote yes on final passage. In any event, this debate shouldn't conclude. We should remember that we should not pass legislation that fails to secure our border and ignore the interests of the American people, even while shoring up the borders of Ukraine. As their elected lawmakers, as though those who have been sent by states to represent their interests in the United States Senate, I know we can do better. A no vote is a vote to stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves, those subjected to indentured servitude, to sex slavery, those whose communities, whose soup kitchens, whose homeless shelters, whose church pews, classrooms are being overrun. We stand with them. By voting against this bill, I stand for the rule of law and against lawlessness, cartels, and all the horrors that go along with them. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, for the last few years, Americans have watched with a certain degree of dismay and even horror as the United States Department of Justice, an institution that's long been revered by many Americans, and including myself, a former federal prosecutor, has been weaponized by the left to go after those whose views are deemed unacceptable and who have been deemed targets by political appointees in the Biden administration Justice Department because they've been perceived as a threat to their own political interests. From the text messages of illicit lovers Peter Strzok and Lisa Page at the FBI to the Crossfire Hurricane scandal to the current prosecution of Donald Trump, Americans have lost faith in the Department of Justice, and they want the political weaponization of DOJ to stop. Unfortunately, this weaponization has only gotten worse under this administration, as we've seen with the use of unnecessary force and the prosecution of peaceful protesters at abortion clinics, the investigation of Catholics based on their religious beliefs, and the attendance of traditional Latin Mass, and, of course, the labeling of concerned parents as domestic terrorists based solely on their decision to show up to a school board meeting and raise legitimate concerns about how their children are being taught and otherwise treated at school. My amendment would prohibit the Department of Justice from prosecuting any individual in contravention of the Justice Manual. Now, the Justice Manual is a Bible of sorts within the Department of Justice. It's the Department of Justice rule book for federal prosecutors. Now, the Justice Manual, section 9-27.260, is clear. It says as follows, quote, federal prosecutors and agents may never make a decision regarding an investigation or prosecution or select the timing of investigative steps or criminal charges for the purpose of affecting any election or for the purpose of giving an advantage or disadvantage to any candidate or political party. The prosecution of former President Donald Trump by the Department of Justice through Special Prosecutor Jack Smith would appear, at least outwardly, to violate these impermissible considerations they're not allowed to make, and is intended to give the sitting president, who is polling miserably with the American people, an unfair advantage this November. This is a clear violation of the Justice Manual, of its plain terms. That's exactly why my amendment would prohibit funding for these prosecutions based on impermissible considerations that violate the Department of Justice's own policy manual, not just for the prosecutions of former President Trump, but also all Americans. The American people want our federal law enforcement to get back to its mission, keeping America safe by taking violent criminals who are destroying our cities, our communities, and our families off the streets, instead of focusing on destroying the Biden administration's political opponents. They expect and demand more of the Department of Justice, and we should too. To that end, Mr. President, I move to concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 4366 with my amendment, number 1623.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Utah, Mr. Lee, moves to concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 4366 with an amendment numbered 1623.
Mr. President.
There shall be 2 minutes of debate equally divided.
Mr. President.
The senator from Utah.
Mr. President, at the end of the day, the American people understand something's terribly wrong. They understand that when the Department of Justice is politically weaponized to prosecute again and again political opponents of this administration, including and especially the 45th President of the United States, a man who is the principal rival, the lead political opponent of the current president, something's terribly wrong. They're violating the Justice Manual. That's not right. This amendment would fix that, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, the Lee Amendment is such good language, it's already in the law. The Justice Manual already establishes a standard with the virtually verbatim language in the Lee Amendment. Furthermore, the Justice's Manual reflects the express prohibitions against discrimination by law enforcement enacted by Congress in the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968 and Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. It also reflects consistent holdings by the Supreme Court on due process and equal protection. The only time we believe this has been successfully implemented was during the Trump administration, when there was fear that they were going to weaponize the Department of Justice. And this standard, which is already in the law, at least discouraged many from participating in that exercise. The good news is this language is redundant and is unnecessary. The bad news is if we adopt it, we're going to stop the process of appropriating and avoiding closing government this evening. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the Lee amendment.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for an additional 15 seconds.
The senator has 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Mr. President, to the extent this is already law, fine. We shouldn't hesitate for a second in attaching a spending condition to this. Truth is, it's not part of law. It's part of the Justice Manual. We ought to make it a condition of the spending bill. As far as this causing a shutdown, this is going to take 10 minutes. We're going to have this vote with or without opposition to it. We might as well pass it now. What I didn't hear is any refutation of the fact that the Justice Department has been weaponized against the 45th president, President Biden's lead political opponent. That's wrong. I call for the ayes and nays.
Mr.
Is there
President,
sufficient
do you have
second?
any time remaining?
Time has expired. The question is on the motion.
Call for the ayes and nays. Madam President.
Senator from Utah.
Madam President, invasion is taking place on American soil. Over 8 million people have crossed our border illegally since Mayorkas became secretary, and the numbers just keep rising. They're not going away. This unprecedented, lawless influx includes gang members, it includes drug traffickers, and dangerous individuals from every country in the world, including many thousands of military-aged males from China. What could go wrong? In December alone, the Department of Homeland Security reported 302,000 encounters in 1 month. This is the highest month ever on record. To be clear, Secretary Mayorkas has the tools to stop the invasion today. He could do it right now if he wanted to. It's almost turnkey. It's abracadabra. If he decided to do it, we could have a secure border, and we would. Not only does he have the tools, but he has an obligation and a responsibility, an affirmative duty under the law, under the laws of the United States, laws that he agreed that he'd faithfully enforce. Let me say that again, just to be very clear. Just by enforcing the laws currently on the books, he could bring our state of utter lawlessness on the border to a state of order. Mayorkas could bring a complete stop to the crisis. He doesn't need legislative action from Congress. This isn't a policy disagreement. No, it's a blatant defiance of the laws that are already on the books and have been for years. So to my colleagues, if you're so confident that the charges against Secretary Mayorkas are baseless, then why not hold a trial? Why try to just sweep this under the rug? You realize, don't you, that when you do that, all that does is just make you look more conscious of what's going on, of what's being done that's so very, very wrong, especially where, as here, it's such a departure from nearly 2.5 centuries of this institution operating faithfully as a court of impeachment. Nearly 2.5 centuries in which, we've had 21 articles of impeachment that were destined for the Senate. At least 20 of those arrived. In 18 of those total of 21 cases during the Senate's existence, 18 of those 21 culminated in a trial resulting in a verdict of guilty or not guilty. Those other 3 involved cases that were rendered moot in between the time that the House of Representatives adopted the articles of impeachment and the time they were presented over here. They were rendered moot either because of a death or a departure, a new vacancy in the office that had been occupied by the impeached official. So, this isn't just an ordinary act of sweeping it under the rug. It's an act of sweeping it under the rug under circumstances where sweeping it under the rug isn't an option. It never has been. We haven't done it. So this isn't just some invisible Casper the Friendly Ghost coming in to get rid of it. They're actively doing it, and they're doing it under the full view of the American people. The American people should be really upset by this because Article 1 of the Constitution gives the House of Representatives the power to impeach and the Senate the power to try all impeachments. Remember, the Senate has only 3 states of being, exactly 3 states of being. Legislative calendar, where we do a lot of our work, where we consider laws. Executive calendar, where we do things like confirm presidential nominees and consider treaties for ratification. And the 3rd state of being for the Senate is as a court of impeachment. We're always in one of those 3 states of being. And yet we have never operated in that 3rd state of being unless the case has been rendered moot, where the Senate doesn't hold a trial, as it's required to do under the Constitution, culminating in a verdict of guilty or not guilty. Now, if you trust that Secretary Mayorkas didn't authorize millions of individuals to enter illegally into our country for swift and precursory release, then let's hold a trial. If you're certain that Secretary Mayorkas hasn't increased the pull factors incentivizing parents across the globe to send 430,000 unaccompanied children illegally into the United States, in many cases, to have them end up in the hands of traffickers, drug traffickers, human sex traffickers, and otherwise, then let's hold a trial. If you're confident that Secretary Mayorkas hasn't created at least 13 illegal immigration parole programs designed to increase the flow of people into this country by the hundreds of thousands, then let's hold a trial. If you're so sure that Secretary Mayorkas and under Secretary Mayorkas's leadership, Customs and Border Protection hasn't dramatically decreased its vetting process for allowing Chinese immigrants to cross our border, including military-aged Chinese males, then let's hold a trial. If you believe that we haven't seen a dramatic increase in the known terrorist encounters at our border, then let's hold a trial. If you're confident that Secretary Mayorkas hasn't allowed enough fentanyl to flow across the southern border to kill every man, woman, and child in this country, then let's hold a freaking trial. Madam President, these are not victimless crimes. The tragic case of Lakeland Riley, a life cut short by an illegal alien, one of the millions whom Secretary Mayorkas has recklessly, intentionally, deliberately, and maliciously allowed to enter our country unchecked, unvetted, is a reminder of the human cost of this abdication of duty. Lakeland isn't alone. Her case represents hundreds of thousands of families across this nation whose lives have been upended by the invasion that our leaders allowed to happen. Think about that for a minute. They allowed it to happen not by negligence, oversight, carelessness, inattentiveness. No, no, no. They encouraged it to happen. Should Secretary Mayorkas be found guilty, these are crimes of the highest order. It's the sort of thing that doesn't happen very often in this country. The sort of thing that I hope we'll never have to experience again. The sort of thing that could otherwise result in a Toby Keith song, may he rest in peace. The sort of thing that unites Americans in surprising ways. The American people understand something's terribly wrong, and they expect us to act, Madam President. In all previous impeachments sent to the Senate, we held a trial. Save those rare circumstances where the case was rendered moot by death or vacancy of the office, not facts present here. We held a trial, and that trial culminated in each and every instance in a verdict of guilty or not guilty. But Majority Leader Chuck Schumer now seems to want to take the radical step, the unprecedented step, the lawless step, the the anti-constitutional step of trying to table these articles of impeachment without even letting us examine the evidence. This begs the question, what would he do? What would he do if he were confident, if the majority leader were confident that Secretary Mayorkas had acted lawfully, honorably in this office? What would he do if he were confident that the American people weren't turning on his party because of this act of lawlessness, this interminable succession of absurdities imposed by the myopic logic of their own border non-enforcement strategy? This is exactly what it looks like, Madam President, when someone is aware that there is a problem and wants to sweep the problem under the rug. There is no rug here. You can't hide this. There's no rug big enough to accommodate that. And shame on us if we play into that strategy. So look, to colleagues on my side of the aisle and on the other, I implore you. I know many of us are institutionalists, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, no matter how far toward the left wing or the right wing or somewhere in between you are. I appeal to your sense that we have an obligation to take seriously our oaths to the Constitution, that we have an obligation that must be honored to look out for the institutional interests of the Senate and the role that it plays in the sacred order created by the United States Constitution. When the articles of impeachment arrive, we have a job to do. The Constitution and our rules and our precedents make that abundantly clear. To ignore the evidence before us is to betray the trust of those who sent us here. There's no doubt at this point that the invasion at the southern border has inflicted indescribable, incalculable, intolerable pain and suffering on far too many Americans. We're obligated to figure out who's responsible and hold them accountable, beginning with Secretary Mayorkas. I urge each of my colleagues to oppose this shameless effort to sidestep our constitutional duty and, by so doing, subvert the constitutional order. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. Madam President.
Senator from Utah.
Madam President, the House impeached Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. He's the second cabinet official to be impeached in all of American history. The last cabinet member to be impeached was William W. Belknap in 1876. Now, the Senate held trials in virtually all previous impeachments, except for those in which the impeached officer no longer held office. However, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer now wants to effectively pardon Secretary Mayorkas, pardon him from this impeachable offense, pardon him from the impeachment itself, without letting us even examine the evidence. And no, Madam President, the facts are not undisputed in this case. They are not undisputed in the least. If they were, there wouldn't be a need for a full trial. There would, however, still, at a minimum, be a need to reach a verdict of guilty or not guilty. Because in literally every other circumstance in the history of the Republic, unless circumstances have arisen that have rendered the case moot, the United States Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment, adjudicates the matter, whether through short proceedings or long ones, whether through a trial conducted on the Senate floor or by delegation to a select committee. It does, in fact, reach a verdict of guilty or not guilty, as is the Senate's constitutional obligation. But when the articles of impeachment arrive, we have to remember that we have a constitutional duty to hold a trial. And again, what that trial consists of may depend on the circumstances, but we still have to hold a trial sufficient to get to the point, in the absence of the case being rendered moot or something of that nature, to reach a verdict of guilty or not guilty. Now, I'm so grateful to House Speaker Mike Johnson for delaying delivery of these so that we can give our full consideration. Ignoring the evidence before us betrays the trust of those who sent us here. Now, in this spirit, I've introduced a resolution to ensure that we are prepared to consider the impeachment articles in a manner befitting our responsibilities. You see, the Senate has three states of being. It is always either sitting in a legislative capacity, where we pass bills, we debate, amend, and ultimately pass or decline to pass legislation. The executive calendar, where we consider presidential nominations and consider ratification of treaties. And third state of being, of course, consists of the Senate sitting as a court of impeachment. We're always in one of those three states. We have a separate set of rules governing our impeachment proceedings. But those rules aren't so specific as to define the precise details of each and every impeachment proceeding. Those have to be negotiated independently through resolutions. And it's to that end that I offer this resolution to put meat on the bones of the standing rules of the Senate on impeachment trials. This resolution mandates that the Senate begin deliberations on the impeachment articles no later than 7 session days after the House of Representatives transmits them to the Senate. This timeline is not just for the Senate, but so that the American people can hear from Secretary Mayorkas himself. He's afforded up to 7 session days to respond to the charges that will be presented to us by the House. Both parties in this debate would be permitted to submit trial briefs within specific deadlines, ensuring that all arguments are heard and considered with the gravity they deserve. It requires the House to file its records, including materials from the Judiciary Committee and documents related to Secretary Mayorkas' impeachment. These records, which are subject to scrutiny and objection by Mayorkas, are crucial evidence in our proceedings. My resolution lays out how motions and arguments will be carefully managed. Motions, except those to subpoena witnesses or documents, would be required to be filed before the proceedings start. The structure of the presentations and questioning would be designed to allow Secretary Mayorkas to comprehensively present his case. After the questioning period, we would proceed to final arguments and decide whether Secretary Mayorkas is guilty or not guilty. With my resolution, we'd be ready to conduct a fair and legitimate trial. So to my colleagues, if you're confident that the charges against Secretary Mayorkas are baseless, then why object to organizing a fair and legitimate trial? Why try to sweep this under the rug? Why pardon someone before they're even afforded the opportunity to prove their innocence? If you trust that Secretary Mayorkas didn't authorize millions of individuals to enter illegally into our country for swift and precursory release into the interior, don't object to my resolution. Just hold a trial. If you're certain that Secretary Mayorkas hasn't, in fact, increased the pull factors, incentivizing parents across the globe to send some 430,000 unaccompanied children into the United States, in many cases, to have them end up in the hands of traffickers, then by all means don't object, hold a trial. If you're confident that Secretary Mayorkas hasn't created at least 13 illegal immigration parole programs designed to increase the flow of people into this country by the hundreds of thousands in violation of the very law invoked to facilitate their admission, then don't object, hold a trial. If you're so sure, so confident, so certain that under Secretary Mayorkas, Customs and Border Protection hasn't dramatically decreased its vetting processes for allowing Chinese immigrants to cross our border with military-age Chinese males, don't object, hold a trial.
If you believe that we haven't seen a dramatic increase in the known terrorist encounters at our southern border, don't object. Hold a trial. If you're confident that Secretary Mayorkas hasn't allowed enough fentanyl to flow across the southern border to kill every man, woman, and child in the United States of America, don't object. Hold a trial. An invasion, Madam President, is taking place on American soil. At least 8 million people, that's at the low end, have illegally crossed our border since Mayorkas became Secretary of Homeland Security. And the numbers just keep rising. This unprecedented influx includes gang members, it includes drug traffickers, human traffickers, dangerous individuals from every single country in the world, including the thousands of military-aged males from China. In December alone, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security reported 302,000 encounters. That's in 1 month, the highest number ever recorded in a 1-month period. These are not the kinds of records he should try to be breaking, but he's broken them again and again and again. Now, to be clear, Secretary Mayorkas has the tools to stop this invasion, to halt it in its tracks, and he has the tools to do it today. Not only does he have the tools, but he has the obligation and the sworn responsibility under the laws of the United States to do so. He doesn't need legislative action from Congress. Madam President, these aren't victimless crimes. The tragic case of Laken Riley, a life cut short by an illegal alien, one of the millions whom Secretary Mayorkas is allowed to enter our country unchecked, is a reminder of the human cost of this prolonged, severe, deliberate, malicious abdication of duty. Laken isn't alone. Her case represents hundreds of thousands of families across the nation whose lives have been upended by the invasion that our leaders willfully allowed to happen and indeed invited. In fact, they encouraged them to happen. Should Secretary Mayorkas be found guilty, these are impeachable offenses of the highest order. Make no mistake, this is not mere maladministration. This is deliberate, willful, malicious determination to break the law in order to bring in millions of people who do not belong here. There's no doubt at this point that the invasion at our southern border has inflicted pain and suffering on countless Americans. So we're obligated to figure out who's responsible and to make sure that they're held responsible. That's exactly why we're here. To that end, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Rules and Administration be discharged from further consideration of, and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 624. Further, that the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President,
Senator from Utah.
it is indeed unfortunate that this has happened. We've followed the model of previous resolutions that have been used in order to set up impeachment debates. This one was based off of one of the impeachment trials of the 45th President of the United States. These terms were agreeable under previous impeachment proceedings, and now they're not. This is not, Madam President, the kind of case in which the material facts are undisputed, nor is this the kind of case in which the office held by the person impeached has been vacated, either by death or resignation. And so in order to comport with, comply with, to follow the precedents that we've consistently followed in this country that have been in place for some 2.5 centuries, to say nothing of the constitutional obligation behind those precedents and those customs, we need to hold a trial. It's not enough simply to stand up and say, we're choosing not to address these. We don't feel like addressing these. We're going to decline to address them without a finding of guilt or innocence. This is not appropriate. And so if they don't like these particular terms, then perhaps we can find another resolution that will allow us to approach these proceedings with dignity and fairness as an institution, showing dignity and fairness to the accused
and to the American people alike, including and especially those Americans who've been victimized by the acts of lawlessness carried out by this administration under the leadership of Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. We have an obligation to do this. But absent one of the circumstances not present in this case, where the case has become moot, this one's not, we have an obligation, regardless of what the precise procedures look like, to reach a verdict, to make findings, to convict or acquit, to reach a verdict of guilty or not guilty. It's wrong for us to ignore this duty. And it's also phenomenally dangerous. This precedent, having been set, will suggest that from this moment henceforth, insofar as the party of the President of the United States is the same party that controls a majority of the seats in the United States Senate, articles of impeachment passed by the House of Representatives will be essentially dead letter, to be dismissed without a verdict, without a finding of guilt or innocence, of guilty or not guilty. That would be a shame, and it would be a derogation of our constitutional responsibility. My hope, my expectation is that we can find some other means. If this one's not acceptable to the body, from my friend and colleague from Illinois, then perhaps another will. But we must keep trying. We can't pretend that we can simply table these. That's not what we're required to do here, and it's a derogation of our responsibility. Thank you.
Today is truly historic. This has never occurred. Nothing like this has ever occurred. You know, under Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6, we've been given a duty. We've been given the sole exclusive power to try all impeachments. Try all impeachments. Not some of them, not just those with which we happen to agree, not just those that we are happy that the House of Representatives undertook to prosecute, but all. The word try is also significant. It refers to the word trial. It's the same word. It's a proceeding in which the law and the facts are presented to finders of fact in front of judges in order to reach an ultimate disposition. In a criminal proceeding, it would be an ultimate disposition culminating in a verdict of guilty or not guilty. We were precluded from doing that job today, and we were precluded from doing so in a way that is not only ahistoric and unprecedented, but also counter-constitutional. Nothing could be further from the plain structure, text, and history of the Constitution than that. So let's look at the arguments that we would have heard, that we could have heard, that we should have heard today, had things unfolded as they were supposed to. Had things unfolded in a manner consistent with the oath that we took, first when we were sworn in as United States Senators. We're all required to take the same oath to the Constitution when we did that, but also the oath that we took just a few hours ago in this very chamber, in this very case, to decide this case impartially. What would we have heard? Well, first and foremost, regardless of what you think about what a trial consists of or how different people might cleverly define the term, a trial will always, at a minimum, involve lawyers. And unless the person is proceeding pro se, you will always have lawyers there. Or at least one side will always be represented by lawyers, and in 99.9% of all cases, both sides will. You will hear from lawyers. We didn't hear that today. We didn't hear from the committee of individuals appointed by the House of Representatives to be the House impeachment managers or prosecutors. What else would you expect to hear? Well, you'd hear evidence. Evidence would be brought in. Sometimes trials in the Senate involve bringing in evidence in a documentary form. Other times you might have witnesses. We didn't have any witnesses. We didn't have any documentary evidence other than that which was charged. So let's talk about what was charged and what evidence we could have, would have, and should have heard had we done our job today. Well, the accusations in this impeachment trial can be fit into two categories. Category 1 is found in Article 1 of the Articles of Impeachment. Article 1 alleges that Secretary Mayorkas repeatedly
defiantly did the exact opposite of what federal law requires, namely that under myriad circumstances, 8 or 9 different statutory provisions that he violated, he was required to detain people whom he did not detain. But it's not just that he didn't do what the law required, he did the exact opposite of that. Instead of holding them until such time as they could be removed or alternatively adjudicated to have the status, whether under whether in the context of immigration parole or asylum or otherwise, he just released them. And in many cases, gave them work permits. We would have heard evidence about the fact that memoranda issued by Secretary Mayorkas within the Department of Homeland Security didn't just tolerate this result, they instructed this result. We would have heard evidence about the fact that at the outset of the Biden administration, Secretary Mayorkas, when asked what he would tell those traveling through the caravans, those paying many thousands of dollars per head, in some cases tens of thousands of dollars per head, to international drug cartels, instead of telling them don't do it, he said, maybe don't do it yet. Give us a few weeks before we're ready to receive you. Showing intention, a forethought, to facilitate the violation of federal law. We would have heard evidence about how he instructed his own department to violate those rules. We would have heard evidence about how directly contrary to federal law those things are and contrary to his own oath and his own duties. Now, as to Article 1, the Senate chose to dispose of this today by doing something it's never done in any context anywhere close to this, with a point of order that said as follows. The majority leader stood up, defiantly refusing to have the Senate perform its obligations, and raised the following point of order. He said, I raise a point of order that Impeachment Article 1 does not allege conduct that rises to the level of a high crime or misdemeanor as required under Article 2, Section 4 of the United States Constitution, is therefore unconstitutional. All right, let's talk about that for a minute. Now, had we been permitted to have a trial, alternatively, had we been permitted to go into executive session, alternatively, had we been permitted to go into closed session, as several of us moved today, we would have been able to hear arguments about this, about how wrong this is, because that's what you do when you have a trial. You hear evidence, you hear arguments from lawyers, and when someone makes a legal argument, as Majority Leader Schumer just did, you can consider their implications, and most importantly, consider whether or not the argument is right. Because when we're sworn in a trial of impeachment, our job is to serve as both finders of fact and adjudicators of law relevant to this case. We were denied that opportunity. So while we're exploring what we would have heard had we gone to trial, had we done our job, let's also explore what would have happened in a real trial had somebody made an actual motion and we've been permitted to do our job. Well, look, first and foremost, this is patently absurd to argue that a willful refusal to obey the law that one has a sworn solemn obligation to perform is somehow not impeachable. We don't have to look too far in order to find support for the conclusion that this is an illegitimate, unwarranted, unsubstantiated claim, one that's directly contrary to law. In fact, we don't have to look further than President Biden's own lawyer, the Solicitor General of the United States, who holds a special position within our federal government, performs functions that many people mistakenly associate with the Attorney General. But it is, in fact, the Solicitor General who is the United States government's chief appellate advocate and chief advocate before all proceedings in the U.S. Supreme Court. There was an exchange in a case argued last term in the Supreme Court of the United States called United States versus Texas. In that case, the Supreme Court heard arguments from the state of Texas about whether or not this administration's approach toward these same provisions of law is acceptable, whether or not they could challenge them. Now, unfortunately, the Supreme Court reached a conclusion with which I strongly disagree, and the Supreme Court concluded ultimately that the state of Texas lacks standing to challenge federal policy along the lines of what we're discussing today, notwithstanding the fact that it's conduct that inflicts substantial harm on the state of Texas and its residents. But the important part that we should have been able to argue here today is the exchange that occurred at oral argument between Justice Kavanaugh and Elizabeth Prelogar, Solicitor General of the United States, in her capacity as Solicitor General, as the Biden administration's chief appellate advocate and chief advocate before the United States Supreme Court. Justice Kavanaugh asked her a number of questions at oral argument, and on page 50 of that argument transcript, some of that discussion ensues. He asks the following: if a new administration comes in and says we're not going to enforce environmental laws, we're not going to enforce labor laws, your position, I believe, is that no state and no individual and no business would have standing to challenge a decision to, as a blanket matter, not just not enforce those laws, correct? Here's what Solicitor General Prelogar says. Quote, that's correct under this court's precedent, but the framers intended political checks in that circumstance. You know, if an administration did something that extreme and said we're just not going to enforce the law at all, then the president would be held to account by the voters, and Congress has tools at its disposal as well. So this argument continues on to the next page, in which Justice Kavanaugh says what are the exact tools that Congress has to make sure that the laws are enforced. And Solicitor General Prelogar answers. She says, well, I think Congress obviously has the power of the purse, and she goes on to explain how this is relevant. And then this goes on until we get to page 53, and then at page 53, Justice Kavanaugh jumps back in and says, I think your position is, instead of judicial review, Congress has to resort to shutting down the government or impeachment or dramatic steps of some sort or another. Solicitor General Prelogar responds by saying, well, I think that if those dramatic steps would be warranted, it would be in the face of dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility by the executive. So she just acknowledged exactly what has happened here, and she acknowledged that is exactly the moment at which the impeachment power becomes very relevant. Lest there be any doubt on that, this stuff was settled not just in 1789, when we adopted the Constitution, and when the framers used the language that they did. But remember, the framers were not operating in a vacuum. They were not writing on a blank slate. They were incorporating legal terminology that had been in use for centuries. In fact, Justice Story, in his treatise on the Constitution, discusses this very kind of thing and explains in section 798 of his famed treatise, written not so very long after the Constitution itself was written, that we got this stuff from England, that the British knew what impeachment meant, and they understood what would constitute a high crime or misdemeanor. In section 798, Justice Story acknowledges that there was precedent, there was an understanding at the time of the founding that recognized that you would have an impeachable offense if, among other things, a Lord Admiral would have neglected the safeguard of the sea. They didn't have a Homeland Security Secretary then, not in America, not in Britain. But this is really analogous. This is the exact same thing. Somebody who had a duty to do a certain thing under the law defiantly refused to do so. Those are arguments we could have and would have and should have heard today had we had an actual trial, had we been permitted even to go into executive session or even to go into closed session. Why closed session? We don't want to have to do it in closed session. But you see, the standing rules of impeachment in this body preclude us from having this very kind of debate. So when Majority Leader Schumer made this argument, to the great shock and surprise of all of us, we wanted to warn the body and have this debate. He wouldn't let us do that. The Democrats voted us down. So that's Article 1 in a nutshell. Article 2 of the Articles of Impeachment, what do those get to? Well, those are interesting because those deal with false statements knowingly false statements repeatedly made by Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to Congress. To Congress, as it's performing its oversight responsibilities. He lied to Congress according to the allegations of the articles of impeachment in Article 2. To my great shock, he was dead wrong as to Article 1. But if he was dead wrong as to Article 1, he was deader than a doornail, whatever that means. 10 times more dead as a doornail as to Article 2 than he was to Article 1. Why is that? Well, because they allege in Article 2 that Secretary Mayorkas knowingly made false statements. Knowingly making false statements is a felony offense. It's punishable as a crime, as a felony federal offense under, among other things, 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. It's routinely charged, prosecuted, and is the basis for lots of convictions for a felony offense. You can go to prison for a very long period of time for that. Now, for Chuck Schumer to argue...
Senator Yield.
Yes.
I just want to be able to be sure I understand, Senator. I thought I heard...
Microphone.
Madam President, I asked Senator Lee if he would yield to a question. I thought I heard Senator Schumer argue today that lying to the United States Congress was not a high crime or misdemeanor, and therefore could not be the basis for an article of impeachment. Did I hear that correctly?
That is exactly what he said. That is exactly what he said when he made this motion, because he stood up and he said, I raise a point of order that impeachment Article 2 does not allege conduct that rises to the level of a high crime or misdemeanor.
So, even though lying to the United States Congress is a felony, under the precedent that the majority leader and our Democratic colleagues established, it's not a high crime or misdemeanor? Is that what we did?
That is precisely what the precedent established today stands for. That is, we've effectively, by this vote that the Democrats forced through, not even allowing us to debate this, and this is why I raised a point of order or this is why I made a motion that we go into closed session to discuss this, because we've now set a precedent that effectively, very arguably effectively immunizes from impeachment, making a false statement to Congress.
May I ask one more,
Yes.
Senator?
Yes, please.
Well, I'm trying to follow the Senate Majority Leader's logic. What do you have to do to get impeached now? I mean, a felony is not sufficient. What's above a felony?
Well, let's see. Obviously, spreading what they deem misinformation on the internet might be a felony. I suppose at some point.
But it takes, as I understand it, Senator, you're a legal scholar. It takes more than a felony now.
A high crime or misdemeanor.
Yeah,
It takes more than a
who's
high
on
crime or
first?
misdemeanor.
What's on second? I don't understand any of this, and I'm very, very worried, and would like your thoughts or others' thoughts about the precedent that our Democratic colleagues, in their haste to sweep this under the rug, may have established.
Yep.
From Louisiana yield for an adjunct question
With
to
pleasure.
his question.
With pleasure.
So the law says that lying to Congress is a felony. Since we're no longer using impeachment as a means to address someone who's lying to Congress, how does Congress prosecute or address someone who deliberately lies to Congress now that the Senate has swept away through this presidential action today the opportunity to use impeachment for that purpose? Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd love to respond to that point briefly, if I could. What we've done is to effectively immunize this against impeachability. Immunize making false statements. And going back to the original question, I don't know, maybe aggravated first-degree murder with heinous, atrocious, and cruel conduct as aggravators. Maybe that's still a high crime or misdemeanor. That remains to be seen. But keep in mind, particularly with the fact that they already set aside Article 1, and they've already said that that's out of bounds as well for impeachability. The Supreme Court has said pretty much nobody has standing to address that. What are we left with? And getting back to the question from Senator Lummis, this is a phenomenally dangerous precedent to have set here, specifically with regard to the false statements. Because what does that do to our oversight hearings, where we rely routinely on testimony provided under oath by cabinet secretaries and other administration officials? What does that do? What incentive structure does that create? What perverse incentives does that create for them to lie?
With this, Senator Yield?
Yes.
Are you aware, here's a question, are you aware of the fact that President Clinton was
A different set of political and professional perspectives that help them shed light on this important issue and provide insights and warnings about the rather grave implications that we so cavalierly overlooked today. We, meaning the Senate as a whole, with 49 of us trying to stand in the way and raise a word of warning about what we're doing and what implications that might have for the future. The warning signs are everywhere. And tragically, we've seen just in the last few days, with news breaking in recent hours, that the consequences of our open borders policy can touch all of us. With one of our dear respected colleagues having lost a beloved staff member within the last few days. Having lost that staff member as a consequence of the actions taken by an immigrant in this country who was here unlawfully, who shouldn't have been here. That's a troubling thing, but on a human level, this has so many ramifications. There are so many thousands of families, so many hundreds of thousands, in fact, so many millions, and in fact, tens, depending on how you slice it, hundreds of millions of Americans who have been impacted in real, meaningful ways by the open borders policy that has been so prominently featured by these articles of impeachment. Over 3 decades ago, I spent 2 years along the U.S.-Mexico border, down in the McAllen, Texas region. Served as a missionary, and as a missionary, one lives and works among people of all backgrounds. We spend a lot of time with people of modest means. And in my case, I spent most of my time with people of such humble means that I'd never quite witnessed in the United States. Conditions that I didn't know existed on any widespread basis in the United States, including some people with dirt floors and no indoor plumbing. But in countless cases, those were a little bit more rare, but they exist, or at least they existed in the early 1990s. Even though those were more rare, those extreme cases, almost all the people I interacted with on a day-to-day basis were people of very humble means. We're living paycheck to paycheck, just trying to get by, and many of these people were themselves recent immigrants. Some, I suspect, were here legally. Others, I suspect, were here illegally. It wasn't standard practice at the time for missionaries talking to people to find out their immigration status. We were there for different reasons. But you get to know people. You get to know their backgrounds. get to know their concerns. One of the things that stands out from my memories of those 2 years is that as I interacted with these people and learned their customs and learned their language. Most of them didn't speak English. Some who didn't speak English had themselves lived in the United States most or all of their lives. In fact, there were some people, especially in the older generations, whose families had been in Texas for a very long time, for generations. And some of those older generations of people were raised speaking largely, if not exclusively, Spanish. But regardless of their immigration background or whether their family had been in Texas for generations or for only days or weeks, and whether they came legally or illegally, something I learned about them was that there's no one who fears uncontrolled waves of illegal immigration in quite the same way and to quite the same degree as recent immigrants, especially recent immigrants of humble means living on or near the U.S.-Mexico border. You see, because, Mr. President, it's their schools, it's their jobs, it's their neighborhoods, their homes, their children, their families, who are most directly affected by these uncontrolled waves of illegal immigration. Because it's those things, Mr. President, that are at their doorstep. They know that every one of those things are placed in grave jeopardy every time the floodgates open and people pour across our border into the United States without legal authority to be here. Every single time that happens, that has adverse consequences. We've talked a lot about the more obvious and the more newsworthy, the more news-covered implications of open borders with situations like Lake and Riley hitting the news. But we don't always talk about how it affects other people in more mundane, more pedestrian ways. I think we have to be mindful of and really watch out for the tendency of those of us who are privileged enough to serve in this body to otherize immigrants, to otherize anyone with an Hispanic surname, to otherize anyone by, among other things, assuming that those groups of people speak monolithically or that we speak for them insofar as we are seen as advocating a position that is tolerant of or even eager to embrace open borders. It's not the full picture. And it's one of the more blatantly awful otherizations that we bring about in our society, is assuming that someone with an Hispanic surname, someone who may be a recent immigrant themselves, would necessarily want open borders. It's simply not true. And it speaks profound ignorance to the plight of these individuals when we claim that they speak monolithically, especially insofar as we're suggesting, even indirectly, that they're for open borders just because of their last name or their first language or how recently they arrived in the United States or where they live in the United States relative to the border. Getting back to the bigger picture here and to what specifically happened today, when I think about the going on 13 and a half years that I've spent in the United States Senate, I don't think I can remember another day when something of such profoundly disastrous consequences was done in this body to shatter norms, rules, precedents, legal traditions, and in this case, constitutional principles, quite like this decision here today did. Remember, just before Thanksgiving in 2013, I had been in the Senate not yet 3 years.
was just days before Thanksgiving, just before we broke for the Thanksgiving recess, when a group of my colleagues, all of one particular party, decided to nuke the executive filibuster, decided to break the rules of the Senate in order to change the rules of the Senate, not by changing the rules themselves, because changing the rules themselves takes 67 votes, but instead, by a simple majority vote, it created new precedent to undercut and flip the meaning of one of the Senate rules. Getting rid of the cloture rule with regard to the executive calendar. I spoke to a lot of people after that happened, people of both political parties, including some of both political parties, even within this body, who serve in this body, who expressed regret over that day and concerns for where it could lead. But particularly when I heard from people not serving in this body, I heard from people all walks of life, including people of all political persuasions, who acknowledged the profound consequences that could have and would eventually have on the United States Senate. Because again, it involved a rather shameless, cynical maneuver whereby the Senate broke the rules of the Senate in order to change the rules of the Senate without actually changing the rules, pretending that the rules said A, not B, when in fact they said B, not A. I think it may have been Abraham Lincoln who once said that, he asked rhetorically, if you count a dog's tail as a leg, how many legs does the dog have? Whenever he asked this to any individual, they tend to say, understandably, accepting the framework of his hypothetical, well, that'd be 5 legs. He would respond by saying, no, it's not 5 legs. Even if you call the tail of a dog a leg, it's still not a leg. That's what we did when we nuked the executive filibuster on that fateful day in November 2013. In countless ways, what happened today was far worse than that. Because what was at stake today was not just the rules, traditions, precedents, and norms of this body. Rules, precedents, traditions, and norms that I would add here have at no moment in our nearly 2.5-century existence countenanced a result like what we achieved today. That is to say, we've never had something like this where we've had articles of impeachment passed by the House of Representatives, transmitted to the United States Senate at a moment when the person impeached was neither dead nor a person who had left the office that that person held, nor a person ineligible for impeachment, meaning a member of the House or Senate. Members of the House or Senate can be expelled by their respective bodies by a 2/3 supermajority vote, but they're not subject to impeachment per se. If we carve out those narrow, rare exceptions where articles of impeachment have been cast in a way that were, patently wrong, where subject matter jurisdiction in this body was lacking either at the time the articles were passed or between the time they were passed in the House and the time that they arrived in the Senate, we have what I think can fairly be characterized as essentially a perfect record, at least a consistent record, in that we at least held a trial. We at least held the bare bones of a trial in which we had arguments presented by lawyers, at a minimum by lawyers representing the House of Representatives. They're known as impeachment managers. sometimes described colloquially as House prosecutors. We've at least heard arguments by them. And normally that involves a presentation of evidence by them, by the House impeachment managers. Normally it involves both sides having lawyers, not just the House impeachment managers, but also defense counsel representing the impeached individual. And normally there's been evidence presented and arguments made about why the articles of impeachment either were or were not meritorious. And in every one of those circumstances, with the narrow exceptions that I've described as the sole exceptions, there has been at least some finding on at least some of those articles in every single case, culminating in a verdict of guilty or not guilty. So that by itself is a precedent and a norm and a custom and a tradition and a set of rules that we've overlooked today and that we've run roughshod right over. But there's something much more at stake, something much more concerning about this that I find so troubling, and that is that, under Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6, the Senate's given the sole power, and with it the sacred responsibility and duty, to try all impeachments. Now, as I've just described, in every circumstance where there wasn't some jurisdictional defect, and by that I mean a bona fide subject matter jurisdictional defect such that we lacked jurisdiction to move forward, we've proceeded and reached some kind of a verdict in every one of those cases, but not today. Mr. President, I'd been concerned for weeks. I'd heard rumors for weeks that what was going to happen today was that the majority leader was going to approach these articles with a certain degree of cavalier indifference and offer up a motion to table. I immediately became convinced after looking at the rules and studying the precedent on this that a motion to table would be inappropriate here. Be inappropriate because, for the same reasons I've just explained, we've never done that, never done anything close to that. The closest precedent for something like that was so far off course that it couldn't even be relied on. I recall the only precedent that even sounded like the same thing was in fact very different from that, in that during the trial over the impeachment of President Andrew Johnson, one senator had made a particular motion to do a particular thing during that trial, and another senator later moved to table that motion. There was no motion to table any articles of impeachment. In any event, I became convinced after studying this that a motion to table would be without precedent and, contrary to everything I thought I knew about our rule constitutionally and otherwise to conduct impeachment trials. I also became convinced that this would be bad precedent and that it would set a certain precedent suggesting that it's okay if the party occupying the majority position in the United States Senate didn't want to conduct a trial, that it didn't have to. It could just sweep them aside. As I say, channeling the immortal words of Rush in the song Free Will, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. You've made a bad one if you choose to just set aside the impeachment articles without rendering a verdict of guilty or not guilty, whether pursuant to a motion to table or otherwise. And I thought a motion to table would be an especially bad basis, an especially bad strategy and a bad mode for disposing of and otherwise addressing articles of impeachment. It's important in this context to remember that the United States Senate has exactly 3 states of being. We exist at any given moment, either in our capacity as legislators in legislative session. Secondly, in executive session, where we consider presidential nominations and also on occasion treaties for ratification. Both executive functions carried out under our executive calendar. Our third state of being exists in this context, where we are to operate as a court of impeachment. It's solely in our capacity as senators sitting in a court of impeachment that we're administered a second separate oath, different from the oath that we all take each time we're elected or re-elected to the Senate. It's a different capacity, and it's a capacity that requires us to decide the case and to do so on the merits of the case. It's also unique in that it's the only mode in which there is a solid expectation, unblemished until today, in which if we do, in fact, have articles of impeachment over which we have subject matter jurisdiction, and the case hasn't been rendered moot, where there is an expectation backed up by history, tradition, precedent in the text of the Constitution that we will do the job. That, in fact, according to these precedents up until today, that we will reach a verdict of guilty or not guilty by the time that we're done. You see, those things don't exist in the other 2 states of being. In our legislative calendar, there's no expectation or tradition or precedent or implication from the text of the Constitution that we will affirmatively act upon and ultimately dispose of every piece of legislation presented to the President, to the United States Senate. We don't do that. We've never taken that approach. And if we did, it would, would grind the place to a halt. I don't think it would physically be possible. Nor has that ever been the expectation on the executive calendar. Sure, we tend eventually to get to most of them, but there is an understanding that unless or until such time as we confirm a particular nominee, that nominee is not confirmed, such that if we get to the end of the road, the end of that Congress, the end even of a session, if that person is to be confirmed, that person is to be renominated first and then considered by the Senate. But even then, there's no guarantee as to any final vote disposing of that nomination. This is different in the context of an impeachment, where we sit as a court of impeachment. We sit as a court of impeachment, and in so doing, we become 2 things. You know, in any trial, in an ordinary court, there are 2 functions that a trial involves. You've got to have finders of fact. That's a role typically played by a jury in our system, both in civil courts, civil cases, and in criminal cases. And you've got to have judges of legal issues. Typically, those are performed by a judge. In some cases, most commonly, if the parties agree to have the issues of fact decided by a judge rather than a jury, then you can have the whole thing, the issues of fact and the issues of law decided by a judge. We serve both functions. We're finders of fact and judges of the law relevant to the impeachment case before us. You know, I think, Mr. President, that's the whole reason why we're given a separate oath for that. We don't take a separate oath every time we bring up a bill or every time we get a presidential nomination or every time we're asked to consider a treaty for ratification. But we do take a separate oath every time we receive articles of impeachment. And it's not just because these things are more rare than bills as they're introduced, or nominations as they're received, or treaties presented to us for potential ratification. It's because it's a sacred responsibility in which there is an expectation backed up by centuries of tradition, custom, precedent, and understanding of our constitutional text that we'll dispose of the case. We will dispose of it in a way that culminates in a finding of guilty or not guilty, except in these rare instances where we lack subject matter jurisdiction, most commonly because the case has been rendered moot, which it is not in this instance. The particular way in which we went about this today really was crazy and impossible to defend. Absolutely impossible to defend on its merits. Remember, there were two articles in these impeachment charges. Article 1 alleged that in 8 or 9 different instances in which Secretary Mayorkas had an affirmative legal duty to detain illegal immigrants pending adjudication of either of their asylum claims or of their argument that they might be entitled to some other form of relief, including immigration parole. The Secretary of Homeland Security had an affirmative duty to detain them while those decisions were pending. 8 or 9 different statutes require that, and 8 or 9 different statutes he deliberately violated. He did the opposite of what the statute required. And by doing that, he invited and facilitated an invasion at our southern border that's unprecedented in American history, that's been dangerous, that's resulted in all kinds of heinous crimes being committed, loss of life, loss of innocence, loss of property, many, many harms occurring as a result of this, occurring as a result of his deliberate decision not only not to do the job he was hired to do and that he swore an oath to perform well, but to do the exact opposite of what the law required. I mentioned a little while ago the writings of Justice Story, Justice Joseph Story, one of our early Supreme Court justices a couple of centuries ago, familiar with the Constitution at a time closer to the founding, and also very familiar with the English legal antecedents on which the Constitution was predicated, with the legal terminology incorporated from English law into the American constitutional system. And in his great treatise on the Constitution in section 798, he explained a few things about impeachable offenses. And he said in section 798, quote, "In examining the parliamentary history of impeachments, it'll be found that many offenses not easily definable by law and many of a purely political character have been deemed high crimes and misdemeanors worthy of this extraordinary remedy," close quote. This extraordinary remedy, of course, referring to impeachment. It then recites a litany of things that would qualify for this. And again, he just noted they don't necessarily have to be easily definable by law, and they are of a political nature, but he identified some of those things that had been established through English legal precedent, English parliamentary precedent, as worthy of impeachment, qualifying as high crimes and misdemeanors. Among other things, he identified what he referred to as attempts to subvert the fundamental laws. Attempts to subvert the fundamental laws. Well, this could have broad application in all sorts of areas, but I can think of few laws more fundamental to our republic, to our federal legal system, than our fundamental laws governing who may enter this country and under what circumstances. He went on to identify a number of other things that fit this definition, adding to it, among other things, by saying one thing in particular that would meet the definition of high crimes and misdemeanors and would thus be impeachable would be an instance in which, quote, a Lord Admiral may have neglected the safeguard of the sea. So some on the other side of the aisle have argued that, well, really what Secretary Mayorkas did was to just not do as good of a job as he should have and could have in enforcing the law. And that can't be a basis for impeachment, they argue. Some of them will invoke a line of reasoning that says maladministration, in other words, not doing your job well, isn't a valid basis for an impeachable offense. I'm not at all sure that that argument, even stated in the abstract, is accurate. In fact, I tend to think that it's not, because the Constitution itself assigns that job to this branch of government, to the House, as it assesses whether to charge something as impeachable, and to the Senate, as it assesses whether an impeachment passed and presented by the House warrants conviction, removal from office. That really is our job, and as Justice Story noted, it includes offenses of a political character, regardless of whether they would amount to independently prosecutable criminal offenses in a criminal court of law sense of that word. But in any event, this is, even if you buy into that reasoning, there are those scholars who believe that. I seem to recall Professor Alan Dershowitz, the respected Harvard law professor from whom we've heard in past impeachment proceedings. I believe he believes in this approach. But even under Professor Dershowitz's approach, he's someone for whom I have great respect, even where I disagree with him. Even if you were to accept that premise, this isn't just that. This goes far beyond just maladministration. It's not just that Secretary Mayorkas didn't do as good of a job as he could have and should have, and we wish he would have. It's that he willfully subverted what the law required and did the exact opposite of what the law required. That's impeachable. It's got to be impeachable. And yet, the majority leader stood up today and he said, I raise a point of order that Impeachment Article 1, again, Impeachment Article 1 is the part that deals with Secretary Mayorkas's decision to do the exact opposite of what the law requires. The majority leader continued, Impeachment Article 1 does not allege conduct that rises to the level of a high crime or misdemeanor as required under Article 2, Section 4 of the United States Constitution, and is therefore unconstitutional. I really, I don't know how he gets there. He can't get there except by sheer force, and the way you do something by sheer force here is you produce a simple majority of votes from senators declaring the impeachment equivalent of defining the tail of a dog to be a leg. What I found even more stunning was when, as stunning as that first move was,
And as disappointing as it was that a simple majority of United States senators, all from the same political party, I would add, not my own, he somehow managed to outdo that one by later making the same point of order with respect to Article 2, arguing that, he said, quote, I raise a point of order that impeachment Article 2 does not allege conduct that rises to the level of a high crime or misdemeanor as required under Article 2, Section 4 of the United States Constitution, and is therefore unconstitutional. Let's remember what Article 2 was about. Article 2 charged Secretary Mayorkas with knowingly making false statements to Congress as Congress was carrying out its oversight responsibilities, with him testifying, often under oath, to Congress. Now, unfortunately, we never got to hear any evidence on this. Therefore, we weren't presented with the opportunity to make a final determination on this. But we instead have the majority simply roll right over all of this by just declaring ipse dixit, it is because it is because we say it is, that it's not an impeachable offense, even if, as has been alleged, and as the House impeachment managers, the House prosecutors, as we sometimes call them, were denied the opportunity to try to prove that he knowingly made false statements to Congress. To say that that's not impeachable is breathtakingly frightening. We've now established a precedent in the United States Senate that if you occupy a high position of trust within the United States government, a cabinet member in this instance, and you knowingly, willfully make false statements to Congress, as Congress is trying to get to the truth about what you're doing in your job and whether or not you're faithfully executing, implementing, and enforcing the law, that lying to Congress in that sense, even under oath, isn't an impeachable offense. That precedent could suggest that we've now effectively immunized from impeachment, doing that very thing. How are we to conduct adequate oversight if even the theoretical threat, the theoretical, hypothetical, potential threat of impeachment isn't on the table? It severely weakens the fabric of our republic. It certainly weakens the ability of the United States Senate to push back on abuses by and within a coordinate branch of government. You know, when James Madison expressed in the Federalist Papers, among other places in Federalist 51, that government is sort of an experiment. It's an exhibit. It's a display of human nature. There and in other Federalist Papers, he explains things like the fact that, as he continued in Federalist 51, that if we as human beings were angels, we wouldn't need government. If we had access to angels to run our government, we wouldn't need all these rules to govern those responsible for government. But alas, we're not angels. We don't have access to angels to run our government, so we need rules. Madison was also a big believer in the fact that because we're not angels,
we don't have access to angels to run our government, and we do need these rules, you've got to set up a system in which power can be made to check power. And you set up each branch with its own set of incentives to guard against abuses of power. I've wondered over time as I've seen the United States Senate gradually but very steadily over many decades voluntarily relinquishing its power. Much of it started with our work on the legislative calendar, starting in earnest really in the 1930s, but continuing to the present day. We gradually, steadily been outsourcing a lot of our lawmaking power to unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. Pass all sorts of laws saying essentially we shall have good law with respect to issue X, and we hereby delegate to department or commission or agency or functionary Y the power to promulgate rules carrying the force of generally applicable federal law as to issue X. Little by little, the American people lose control over their own government as this happens. Little by little, you start to see this diminishes the overall accountability of the United States government. And when agency or department Y promulgates a particular rule carrying the force of generally applicable federal law, people understandably, predictably, very consistently come to us to complain, saying this is killing us. This rule made by unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats is now going to shut down my business. I'm going to be deprived of life, liberty, or property, or some combination of the three. Whether I choose to comply or not, it's going to harm me in material ways. And yet, you know, Article 1, Section 1, Clause 1 says that all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. Article 1, Section 7 makes abundantly clear what Article 1, Section 1 sets up, which is to say you cannot make a federal law without the assent of both the House of Representatives and the Senate on the same bill. They've got to pass the same bill text and then present it to the Chief Executive, the President of the United States, for signature, veto, or acquiescence. Unless you follow that formula of Article 1, Section 7, you're not supposed to be able to make a federal law. One of the more influential political philosophers on the founding generation is Charles de Montesquieu, who observed that the lawmaking power is itself non-delegable, that the task of lawmaking involves the power to make law, not other lawmakers. Because as we see to this very day, when these things happen, when people come back to complain to us, that the administrative regulation carrying the force of generally applicable federal law when it causes problems, people come and complain to us, and then members of Congress predictably and foreseeably beat their chests and they say, oh yes, those barbarians over at agency, commission, department Y. We didn't mean to authorize this. We just said make good law as to issue X. We didn't say to make bad law. And then predictably, the senators, the representatives say something like the following. You know what I'm going to do for you, constituent? I'm going to write them a harshly worded letter. That's what I'm going to do. As if that were our job that we were sworn in to do, were to write harshly worded letters. It's not that, of course. It's to make laws, not other lawmakers. You know, I keep these two stacks of documents behind my desk. One stack is small. It's usually a few inches, no more than a foot or so. Consists of the laws passed by Congress in the preceding year. It's just a few thousand pages long. The other stack is 13 feet tall. During a typical year, it'll reach about 100,000 pages stacked up even on very thin paper, double-sided, small print, about 13 feet tall, consists of last year's Federal Register, the annual cumulative index of these federal regulations as they're promulgated, as they're initially released for notice and comment, and later as they're finalized. Those rules carry the force of generally applicable federal law. Failure to abide by those can shut down your business, can result in enormous fines. In many cases, can result in your imprisonment if you don't follow them. And yet they are not enacted themselves through the formula prescribed by Article 1, Section 7. No, because in that instance, we've authorized the making not of laws, but of other lawmakers, not ourselves. And those other lawmakers to whom we've given this assignment, while perhaps, however well-educated and well-intentioned, wise, specialized, well-trained they might be, they don't stand accountable to the American people, ever. Their name will never appear on a ballot. In fact, their name will stand essentially as a secret to nearly every American, including those who will stand accountable to those laws, who may lose life, liberty, and property as a result of those things. It's not right. We all know deep down that it's not right. We know that every time we're presented with one of these complaints by our constituents, and we all have them. In my office, it's a nearly constant refrain. And yet they often precipitate the predictable, harshly worded letter and not a lot else. In other instances, they might culminate in the filing of a resolution of disapproval under the Congressional Review Act. As fun as those can be, because they do give us at least an opportunity to debate them, those are privileged resolutions. You follow the rules of the Congressional Review Act, you can pretty much always get one of those voted on. You can at least have an opportunity to present those here in the United States Senate and to vote up or down as to whether or not you want to disapprove of the regulation in question. Ultimately, however, those proved dissatisfying from a constitutional standpoint, in the sense that, with very narrow exceptions, they don't really do any good, because nearly any administration whose bureaucratic structures will promulgate the administrative rule in question will like, for policy reasons and political reasons, a policy choice embodied in those regulations. And consequently, the president, whose administration promulgated the regulation being challenged under the CRA resolution of disapproval, will almost always veto any resolution of disapproval passed by both houses of Congress. It's very rare that that doesn't happen, with only one exception I can think of from a few decades ago. The only time that works, other than that one exception that I'm thinking of, occurs when you've got a holdover, when you've got a new administration and you've got regulations that have been promulgated toward the tail end of the previous administration. We had a number of those when President Trump took office, following President Obama's time in office, where regulations from the Obama era were becoming ripe for CRA resolutions of disapproval, and we were able to get them passed by both houses of Congress and then signed by President Trump. Those circumstances are pretty rare. In every other circumstance, the voters of this great country, those subject to these administrative regulations that are in fact, laws. Those things leave us without redress. It's one of the reasons why I've long advocated for us to pass a measure called the REINS Act. If a genie appeared to me and said you can pass any one bill now pending in front of the United States Congress, it'd be the REINS Act. Why? Well, because the REINS Act would require us by statute to do what I believe the Constitution already requires, what it in fact does contemplate, which is that it's fine for administrative regulations to be promulgated, to be proposed, but unless or until they're affirmatively enacted into law by both houses of Congress and then signed into law or acquiesced to by the sitting president, or in the event of a veto, that veto is overridden by 2/3 of both houses of Congress, then it can take effect. But short of that, no dice. You don't get a law. These do have far-reaching effects, including the fact that, as a member of the Judiciary Committee, I and a few of my colleagues tried to figure out a few years ago how many criminal offenses are on the books, how many different provisions of federal law prescribe criminal penalties and can result in a criminal conviction. We asked this question of the Congressional Research Service, the entity to which we turn regularly in order to get answers to questions like those. The answer came back to us in a way that I found absolutely stunning. The answer that came back to us from the Congressional Research Service, very talented people at the Congressional Service who were very good at answering these questions. They did a good job doing it, and I'm convinced they gave us the answer that was possible to achieve. They said the answer is unknown and unknowable, but we know that it stands at least 300,000 separately defined criminal offenses on the books. Now, this does not mean that on 300,000 plus occasions, both houses of Congress passed into law a separate statute defining a criminal offense with criminal penalties. No, in many, many of these instances, one of the reasons why the number is so difficult to tie down is because a lot of these are defined administratively. So that's one area in which the United States Senate has been deliberately shirking its responsibilities and handing them off to somebody else, refusing to do the job that we've been given to do. We've also, so that was on the legislative calendar. We've done that time and time again, also on the executive calendar, where we've changed the law so as to limit, changed the law or in some cases adopted standing orders that have been embraced in subsequent iterations of the Senate, limiting the number of presidential nominees requiring confirmation. So we've narrowed our playing field there too, shirking our responsibility even as the size of the federal government has increased inexorably. We've narrowed our job. And now we've seen it done again today in our third state of being, in our third category, where we operate as a court of impeachment, where even here, where our job is really limited, we have one job in this area: to conduct impeachment trials. There are 1,000 ways you can conduct an impeachment trial. You can conduct an impeachment trial with the whole Senate. You can specialize the impeachment trial so that it's heard in the first instance by a select committee with members of both political parties who hear the evidence and then after doing that, submit the whole matter for a final vote to the whole Senate. You can hear evidence through individual witnesses. You can receive evidence in documentary form. There are 1,000 different ways to conduct a trial, some of which allow the trial to be conducted pretty quickly. Others might take more time, but there are 1,000 ways we can do it. And here, as with the other two states of being, first on the legislative calendar, then on the executive calendar, now as we sit as a court of impeachment, we've narrowed our work again, shirking our responsibilities again, declining to perform our constitutional duties. This is shameful. I'm embarrassed that we as a Senate seem so enamored with the idea that we can't do the things given to us. What's especially troubling about this is that, we are, in fact, a government of limited enumerated powers. Our job is not to, as some people put it, or run the country. Our job is not to make law on any matter that we think appropriate or significant. Our job is not just to enact legislation in any area where we think it might redound in one way or another to the net benefit of the American people. No, we're supposed to be a government of limited enumerated powers, charged with a few basic things. We're in charge of a uniform system of weights and measures, a system of immigration and nationality laws, regulating trade or commerce between the several states with foreign nations and with Indian tribes. We're in charge of declaring war, establishing and regulating an army and a navy, coming up with rules governing state militias, which we now refer to as National Guard, coining money, regulating the value thereof, coming up with bankruptcy laws, postal roads, post offices, regulating, in some instances, federal land to be used for some military purpose, regulating what we now call the District of Columbia, adopting rules governing the disposal, the regulation and disposal of territory and other property owned by the United States. Then there's one of my favorite powers of Congress. Involves granting letters of marque and reprisal. Marque, in this instance, spelled M-A-R-Q-U-E. We haven't done one of those in over a century. I hope we will sometime. I think we should. Letter of marque and reprisal is basically a hall pass issued by Congress that allows those acting pursuant to it to engage in acts of piracy on the high seas with impunity offered by the United States if they're able to make it back with whatever loot they take into the United States, and then divide the spoils and share the spoils with the United States government. And that's about it. And there are a few other powers of Congress here and there, but that's the lion's share of what the federal government can do. And of course, we occupy the most significant, prominent, dominant, and dangerous power within that because we're the lawmaking branch. We make the laws. The executive branch enforces the laws we make, deferring to our policies and enforcing the policies that we enact. The judicial branch, headed by the Supreme Court, just interprets them, not just in the abstract, but interprets them in a way so as to be able to resolve disputes properly brought before the jurisdiction of the courts, disputes over the meaning of federal law. So we've got the most dangerous, prominent, dominant position. It makes sense that the Founding Fathers entrusted that role only to us because we happen to be the branch of government most accountable to the people at the most regular intervals. You can fire all 35 members of the House every 2 years. You can fire 1/3 of the body, the members of this body, every 2 years. And it's one of the reasons why you know that the Founding Fathers considered the power that we wield the most dangerous, because they made us subject to the most frequent and regular and direct kinds of guarantees of accountability, that is, through elections. So now we've got somebody who's been impeached because a law that we passed that he was charged with enforcing and administering and implementing and executing didn't do his job. So it falls on us to decide that.
We've got myriad instances in which that violation of the law can't be adjudicated in court, such as this case we referred to earlier, United States versus Texas, where a majority of the Supreme Court of the United States, against, by the way, a brilliant dissent by Justice Alito, concluded that the state of Texas didn't have standing to address the violations of law, the deviations from law of Secretary Mayorkas and the Biden administration. So if not us, who? In countless instances, the courts can't do it. The executive branch isn't going to check the executive branch. The buck stops with us. It's our job to do this. And today we failed. We didn't just fail in the sense that we tried to do it and we didn't. The majority of us, unfortunately, tried not to, went out of our way to define our role as something that it's not, to define the law as saying something other than what it in fact says, so that we can shirk our responsibilities yet again. Shame on us, shame on those members of this body who voted to do that today. I wonder what future generations will say about this. I wonder how many ways in which future generations will suffer from what we did today. I hope to shout that they'll take this as a lesson in what not to do and soon depart from this awful precedent, because otherwise this will lead to the shedding of tears and worse. We're told that the Senate is apparently just too busy to conduct an impeachment trial, just as we're about to be told that the Senate is too busy to require the federal government to get a warrant before searching the private communications of the American people incidentally collected and stored in the FISA 702 databases. Too busy to do those things, but I think we're about to be told that it's not too busy to send even more money to Ukraine, where we've already sent $113 billion. Not too busy to do that. Not too busy to expand FISA without adding a warrant requirement, but just way too busy, apparently, to do what the Senate and only the Senate can do, and what under the Constitution we must do. Madam President, like the ghost of Christmas future in Charles Dickens' A Christmas Story, I hope that as we examine our future and what today's action portends about the future of the United States and of the United States Senate, I hope we can choose to depart from this course. While I fear that our past will prove to be our prologue, I sure hope we won't solidify and more deeply entrench this unwise, indefensible move that we took today. But I'm glad we've had the chance today to set the record straight, to make an adequate record of what really happened. And that while a majority, a bare, slim majority, chose to excuse the inexcusable today, some of us, nearly half of us, tried to stand in front of that train and stop it. I hope that this will prove to be an aberration. Let's all pray that it does. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Utah.
I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it wasn't too long ago when Republicans made a promise to ourselves and to the American people that before we sent another dollar, another dime, another nickel, another penny to Ukraine, we'd ensure that our own house was in order, that our own country was secure, that our own border was secure, that we would pass a real border security measure. And yet here we are, months later, preparing to dispatch nearly $100 billion. If you say it slowly, you sound a little bit like Dr. Evil in the original Austin Powers movie. $100 billion to foreign countries, while the security of our own homeland languishes. House Republicans have broken their promise, and at least a critical mass of them, under the direction of House Republican leadership, they've betrayed the American people because they've gone back completely on what we promised. Tonight, we're seeing the same movie played out on the Senate floor. Now, this occurs at a time when about 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and yet Congress continues to add to a national debt. It's about to blow past the $35 trillion mark. How then, Mr. President, can we justify this to the American people? As a Congress, are we really more concerned with the borders of a foreign country, Ukraine, and with foreign wars around the world than we are with the safety and the security of the United States and its citizens? This bill tells the American people that the answer to that question is an unambiguous, resounding yes. Congress cares more about sending billions to wage endless war in foreign countries, cares more about this than saving our own country, especially at a time when we're being invaded, when we've seen an invasion of between 8 and 13 million people over the last few years alone. That's a big deal. Now, we're forgetting the wise caution left to us by our first president, the father of our country, George Washington, who warned against entangling our peace and our prosperity with the affairs of other nations. He said, why, quote, by interweaving our destiny with that of any part of Europe, entangle our peace and prosperity in the toils of European ambition, rivalship, interest, humor, or caprice, close quote. Indeed, it seems no price is too high. No weapon system is off limits. Our only strategy appears to be spend, 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 and then spend some more with little to no thought given to the consequences. It's the continuation of a lackluster approach to the Ukraine-Russia conflict, devoid of coherent strategy while allocating the vast majority of its funding to Europe and the Middle East, neglecting, of course, the looming threats from China and the warnings from great national policy experts like Elbridge Colby, who warn us time and time again that the same weapons that we're depleting, sending to other parts of the world, sending to Ukraine, are those that are in such dire need in Taiwan and elsewhere. The $13 billion in military aid to Israel is juxtaposed with the up to $9.1 billion in civilian aid going to Hamas. Now, some would say, you mean Gaza, and I say, no, I mean Hamas. You cannot send this aid, even if it's labeled as humanitarian or for some other noble-sounding purpose. If you send it to Gaza, it is aid to Hamas. Hamas terrorists. These are the same terrorists who massacred, who butchered, who savagely mutilated innocent men, women, and children in Israel just a few months ago in October. The architects of this bill undermined their own goal to secure stability and peace in the region. And so I've come to the floor in an attempt to soften the blow to the American people. And to that end, Mr. President, I'd like to call up Lee Amendment number 1902 for consideration. My amendment would require Ukraine to repay the money loaned to it
and that the funds repaid be used to secure our border. If Congress is so determined to send taxpayer money abroad, then the repayment of this loan should not be waivable and must be used to secure our border. Now, it's sad that shoring up our border and protecting our own citizens has to come at the mercy of our debtors, but that is what this administration thinks of everyday Americans, that they don't deserve protection. We should be voting on H.R. 2, and we should be doing that today. We should be addressing the crisis at the border. Instead, we're focused on sending money to secure Ukraine's border, not our own. Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to set aside any pending amendments and motions in order to call up my motion to concur with amendment number 1902.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Now, if the objection is that my proposal is somehow not germane, then I'll offer another amendment. I want to bring up Lee Amendment 1857 for consideration. It would ensure that the repayment of the loan Congress seems so determined to give Ukraine is exclusively used to pay down the U.S. national debt. This bill demands the American people dig deeper into their pockets, funding the salaries and pensions of Ukrainian officials and humanitarian efforts under the guise of a loan. The unsettling truth is that this loan can and almost certainly will be waived, possibly leaving Americans without any reimbursement. I think that's part of the plan, in fact. Makes it easier to swallow. Makes it look like something less than what it is. My amendment addresses this concern by prohibiting any cancellation of the debt owed by Ukraine and ensuring its repayments go directly to the U.S. national debt. By presenting this amendment, I aim to offer the American people the financial security and oversight this bill currently lacks, deliberately so, effectively serving as an insurance policy against irresponsible fiscal gambles half a world away. And so I ask unanimous consent to set aside any pending amendments and motions in order to call up my motion to concur with amendment number 1857.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Next, I'm going to call up in a moment Lee Amendment number 1882 for consideration. If we're genuinely concerned about security, let's just start by securing our own citizens' personal information, securing it from foreign adversaries. My amendment would prohibit the sale, transfer, or sharing of American personal data to governments like China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran without explicit consent from the individual. Now, for weeks, proponents of the House-passed bill to force the sale of TikTok, legislation included in the package we're debating, have told us that this legislation is vital to protecting the security of Americans' data. The reality, however, is far more complicated. Indeed, forcing the sale of TikTok through that legislation won't itself secure the data of users. Instead, it'll simply allow another company to purchase TikTok and do with their users' data what they may. Only by changing the underlying law and preventing companies from handing over Americans' information to our adversaries can Congress secure the personal information of every American. And my amendment aims to do just that, rather than engage in a regulatory game of whack-a-mole, whereby we allow ourselves to be distracted by whatever company happens to be making headlines at the moment. My amendment would implement a comprehensive prohibition on any individual or company operating in the U.S. from selling, transferring, or sharing the data of an American citizen to the government of a foreign adversary without that individual's express consent. This is a serious solution to a serious problem. No company should profit by exposing the personal information of an American citizen to a hostile foreign power, whether that company is owned by a foreign national or by an American citizen. And to that end, I ask unanimous consent to set aside any pending amendments and motions in order to call up my motion to concur with amendment number 1882.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I object.
Objection is noted.
This really is too bad. These are some really good amendments, and
Apparently, we're not allowed to have those. We're just allowed to, sing off of whatever hymnal they happen to hand us that's been pre-blessed by the law firm of Schumer, McConnell, Johnson, and Jeffries. And that's unfortunate. Next, I want to call up Lee Amendment 1860 for consideration, which proposes to strike all emergency spending designations from the bill. We cannot continue to spend under the guise of an emergency, especially when an actual emergency, a real-life, present tense, presently located emergency involving the security of our own nation's national border is not even being addressed in this bill. Not just that it's not being resolved, it's not even being addressed at all. This irresponsible practice has led to a ballooning national debt, now nearing $35 trillion. It'll soon blow past that. If this spending is necessary, it should be subject to the same budgetary constraints as all other government expenditures. This bill spends almost $100 billion, $100 billion we don't have, on top of the more than $100 billion Congress has already appropriated for the war in Ukraine over the last 2 years, in excess of $113 billion, if I'm not mistaken. We'll spend more money on interest payments on our national debt this year than on all base defense spending. And within a year, I believe we're likely to be spending well over $1 trillion a year just in interest on debt. If Congress believes it's worth spending $100 billion we don't have, Congress should be making sure that that sum of money will be fully offset or subject to appropriate budgetary enforcement. So my amendment would strike the emergency designations in this bill to subject this additional spending to the annual caps Congress agreed to last year, while simultaneously preventing the bill's budgetary effects from escaping proper enforcement. And so, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to set aside any pending amendments and motions in order to call up my motion to concur with amendment number 1860.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I object.
The objection is noted.
Mr. President, it's profoundly distressing and disappointing, to say the least, that these common sense amendments have been so cavalierly objected to, that they've been met only with one-word objections. Although my amendment to strike the emergency designations, all of them, drew an objection pursuant to Section 314E of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I intend to raise a point of order against these same emergency designations for international disaster assistance and migration and refugee assistance for Gaza. We are, in the end, going to have to acknowledge that we're at a critical juncture, compelled to reevaluate our priorities as a nation and our responsibilities to the American people. Every decision we make must be weighted against the best interests of those we're sworn to serve, and not those of people abroad, but those who are right here at home. Waving the flag of another nation in Congress as you vote to send them tens of billions of dollars doesn't inspire confidence. It creates distrust. As legislators, we've failed in our duty if we don't heed the call to prioritize the American people first. And so, to all out there who find this distressing, to the distressed Americans, to the distressed carpenters, the distressed plumbers, the distressed poets, I'm sorry that we weren't able and willing to secure the border. We should have been able to do that. We made a promise, and we as Republicans shouldn't have deviated from that promise. Certainly not with the critical mass necessary to facilitate passage of this in the House, and then, before the night's finished, likely the Senate. Certainly not
under the leadership of our own elected Republican leaders, who themselves had repeated this promise just not too many weeks ago, a promise that's now apparently a thing of the past that we're supposed to forget. This $95 billion aid package to foreign countries is a stark testament of the misguided priorities of our current congressional leadership, and a clear indication that we've let ourselves, and perhaps more critically, the American people, down. The situation demands a wake-up call to every member of this body. By failing to address the fundamental needs of our own people, the American people, in favor of international interests, we risk not only the prosperity, but also the security of our nation. And make no mistake, this isn't free. Although it can feel free to those of us who work in this hallowed chamber, it can feel free to us. It can feel as if we draw from an endless, unlimited well, but we don't. As we've seen to an acute degree over the last few years, every time we spend more money than we have, that comes at a cost. Sure, we borrow the money, and sure, the credit of the United States is still just good enough that it can feel like we have the capacity to just print our own money, which is essentially what we're doing. But every time we do that, every dollar earned by every hardworking American, every mom and dad, married or single, in this country just trying to put food on the table for their kids, suffers as they're having to shell out an additional $1,000 a month every single month just to live, just to put a roof over their head and keep food on the table. I agree with the assessment of Nobel laureate, famed economist Milton Friedman, who said that at any given moment, the true level of taxation in America can best be measured not by the top marginal tax rate or even the average effective tax rate, but instead by the overall level of government spending. This, he explained, perhaps referring to the odd combination of credit rating and the way our deficit spending works, that in effect, every year when we look at overall government spending, especially federal spending, that's the true cost of the federal government, because what we don't collect in taxes, we effectively print and thereby devalue every dollar that is earned by every American by degrees. Only unlike other expenses that people have, monthly bills that they receive or their annual tax return that they file, there's no billing moment attached to this. There's no price tag. You don't ever see the overall amount that you're spending in this, as you do, or at least once a year, when you file your federal income tax return. No, it's very different with inflation. Each dollar is diminished bit by bit. The federal government is costly, and when it sends money abroad that we don't have to fund somebody else in fighting a war against somebody else, that costs money. Another thing we learn about these proxy wars is that in the United States of America, which has assembled the greatest military force the world has ever known, certainly the strongest military force that exists today, proxy wars that carry on for going on 2+ years now. We're in our 3rd year of this effort. They don't remain proxy wars forever. It becomes especially startling when the proxy war is being fought against a nuclear-armed adversary. That is not to say that we can never push back against any nuclear-armed adversary, but it does mean we should be darn careful when we do that. We should know exactly what our objective is, what it's going to take to secure the peace so that we don't have to fight that war. We don't avoid the profound risk to our own national security simply by funneling money through a proxy. Whether that proxy is a great steward of the funds, weapons, and resources that we send, or not. Whether that country happens to be one that's proven impervious to fraud, corruption, money laundering, and grift, or not, we should be concerned about what happens to that money, because it's ours, and because how it's spent is going to have a very direct, very real potential outcome on the American people. We cannot pretend anymore that we have the money to do this, that the economic cost is free, or that the military risk is free. None of them are. Shame on us if we don't turn this around. Shame on us if we pass this tonight. Shame on us if we do this without taking any steps to secure the integrity of our own border. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
From Utah.
Madam President, I first want to echo the kind words offered by the Majority Leader toward the pages. As a former Senate page myself, I know that this is a job that few people notice on the outside, but we notice it here. They make sure things run well here, and I'm grateful to know these fine people. I hope they had a good time while they were with us. And so to each of you, I wish you the very best of luck as you pursue future careers, and look forward to seeing some of you sitting in these chairs one day. As I entered this chamber shortly after being elected to the Senate in 2010 for my orientation, I was told to take a seat in the chairs. I couldn't take the seat. I couldn't figure out why. And then I remembered my training from the time when I was a page taught me never, ever, ever to sit in the senator's chair. Only then did I realize it's probably okay now because I just got elected. Anyway, I wish you the best of luck. Madam President, the conviction of President Donald Trump is a clear manifestation of the fact that our justice system has been weaponized against us, against the American people. This was a political persecution aimed squarely at one thing, and one thing only: preventing President Trump from challenging the current administration in this presidential election. Now, let's just examine the facts, just the basic, irrefutable facts. The proceedings against President Trump were marred by unclear charges and irregular jury instructions, making it evident from the very beginning that this trial was not about the pursuit of justice. It was not about the objective demands of the law. No, it was a choreographed act of partisan lawfare intended to dismantle the political rights of an individual who stands as the principal opponent, I would dare say the sole remaining obstacle to President Joe Biden becoming a second-term president. He's the last person, the last man, the last object standing in the way of President Biden's second term. And so that fact all by itself signals something we haven't seen before, signals something that I wish we never had seen in our republic, and that I certainly hope we never see again. But the hypocrisy of this is just palpable. The Democrats and their allies in the media have long accused President Trump of undermining American norms and traditions, of all these supposedly norm-shattering actions. Yet they now champion a prosecution that reeks of the authoritarian tactics seen by the tin-horn dictators in banana republics, the same banana republics and failed systems of government that we have repeatedly sanctioned and shamed publicly with good reason. In what country could a judge who, according to the New York Times, violated judicial ethics when he donated to a group supporting President Biden's campaign and another called Stop Republicans? That's literally the name of the group that he donated to, Stop Republicans. In what world could that judge be allowed to preside over the trial of a former president, a former Republican president and chief political opponent of the incumbent Democratic president? Or how about Matthew Colangelo, another key figure in this prosecution? How could that person be authorized to transition directly from a senior role in the Justice Department under President Biden to lead the political prosecution of President Trump with Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg? This intertwining of judicial proceedings with partisan politics should alarm every single American, regardless of your age, regardless of what part of the country you call home, and frankly, regardless of your party affiliation. Now, let's not forget that Senator Schumer's brother, whose law firm has lent significant legal firepower to this prosecutorial effort. Now, let's not forget that his brother is a partner in the law firm of Paul, Weiss, Rifkin, Wharton, and Garrison, the same firm that granted 3 highly paid attorneys a paid leave of absence to join the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, specifically in its targeting of Donald Trump. Madam President, we cannot stand idly by and act as if this didn't just happen and pretend that this whole endeavor hasn't changed dramatically. We can't pretend that this didn't occur, nor should we. If we were observing such actions in another country, we'd be discussing sanctions and shaming, perhaps a whole lot of other things, but certainly not silence. We wouldn't see that. Now, as we prepare to honor the sacrifices made by the heroes on the beaches of Normandy, we're reminded that those brave souls fought and died 80 years ago this week to defeat dictators who ruthlessly wielded the power of the state, specifically to suppress and persecute their political enemies and anyone else who they thought stood in their way. What would those American heroes say if they saw an American president cheering on a kangaroo court attempt to imprison his political rival, his sole impediment to a second term in the Oval Office? Would they recognize the America they fought for? It is with their sacrifice in mind that I call upon every member of this chamber to make it clear that we're unwilling to aid and abet this White House in its project to tear the country apart. Now, Pandora's box is open, and the sword of Damocles hangs over the neck of our great republic. If we can muster even a fraction of the courage shown by the greatest generation on June 6, 1944, 80 years ago tomorrow, we may still change course. There is still time. They can still stand down on this. There are more instances of reversible error in this case underlying this conviction than I have time to recite in these remarks. For that reason alone, it would be very easy for the prosecution to confess error on appeal. There's still time, but there's not much time left. Let's put this genie back where it belongs and never, ever let it come back. I ask you, join me and fight. Push back on this while there is still time. Thank you, Madam President. European capitals have grown far too accustomed to U.S. subsidized security for way too long. It's an imbalance that has allowed Europe to enjoy constant protection without bearing the risks or the costs. Today, as Washington hosts the annual NATO summit, we find ourselves at a crossroads. NATO, now turning 75, is an alliance with major issues. And despite the rhetoric from President Biden and his handlers, the simple truth is that we cannot afford to consider admitting Ukraine, nor should the United States be making overtures about future membership. As NATO gathers on our soil, the the U.S. needs to be forthright with our allies that the U.S. cannot sustain the massive levels of support for Ukraine, and any discussion of Ukraine's membership cannot be on the table. We have challenges right on our front door that need our immediate attention. The crisis at our southern border, and the credibility, the credible military threat from China in our hemisphere and the Pacific. Those two things combined are things we've got to address, urgently so. The situation at hand demands that we prioritize our own borders and our own deterrence efforts in higher priority theaters. We simply do not have the luxury of infinite military resources, capabilities, or personnel. And we do no favors to our European allies by minimizing the painful reality that the U.S. must prioritize our own security needs. We need to be honest with our allies about the truth. The European security environment has drastically changed since the 2% defense spending pledge was made a decade ago at the 2014 Wales NATO summit. Our alliance's refusal to commit to raising this baseline to 3% or above, which is necessary to meet today's strategic demands, places a disproportionate burden on the American people. Our military and diplomatic leadership have admitted that 2% is insufficient. However, commitments to increasing defense spending have not been made at this year's summit. While European domestic budgets focus on massively funding free health care, shortened work weeks, social welfare programs, climate alarmism, and woke DEI activities, the U.S. still far exceeds the wealthiest European NATO allies in military contributions to Ukraine, as this graph demonstrates. While Americans are pinching pennies, we're sending our tax dollars to fight in a faraway war. The burden must shift to Brussels, Berlin, Paris, and London. Instead of confronting reality, however, the Biden administration recently inked a 10-year security agreement with Ukraine, promising that, quote, Ukraine's future is in NATO, and asserts that there are no limits to U.S. aid. This is pure fantasy. To start, Ukraine does not meet NATO's membership standards, not even close, not by a mile. Our defense industrial base and dwindling stockpiles demonstrate that there are practical limits to what the U.S. can reasonably do for Ukraine. The agreement also leaves open the possibility that U.S. forces will be used to, quote, confront any future aggression against the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Once again, sidestepping Congress and the American people to put us on a path to a direct shooting war with a nuclear-armed adversary. This, Madam President, is armchair brinksmanship by politicians whose children won't be the ones dying. The supposed purpose of NATO is to protect its members and prevent war, not bring us closer to it. Despite these obvious flaws, the Biden administration sought to make it deliberately difficult to terminate this proposed 10-year agreement. My resolution condemns this 10-year bilateral security agreement with Ukraine. It affirms that the agreement has no force of law without Senate ratification and rejects it as a bridge to Ukraine's NATO membership. The Biden administration cannot be allowed to skirt the Constitution, to relegate Congress to the periphery, or to tie the hands of future administrations to entertain the fantasies of Ukraine joining NATO. We must prioritize our national interests and uphold the principles and protections of our Constitution. It's time, Madam President, for Congress to remind the alliance and the Biden administration that we hold the power to make treaties to extend NATO membership, and that overtures made to Ukraine and our European allies are not, quote unquote, irreversible. Ukraine's membership is not set in stone. If Ukraine is in, the U.S. should be out. And so, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Foreign Relations Committee be discharged from further consideration and that the Senate now proceed to Senate Resolution 748. I further ask that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Madam President,
Senator from Mississippi.
reserving the right to object, I would simply observe that this resolution is in fact not the sense of the Senate, and it is wrong to suggest that the Senate in any way, that a majority of senators in any way agree with this resolution. It is also a simple fact that the dictator, the war criminal, Vladimir Putin, thinks he can wait out the clock. This resolution closes the door, would close the door, to continued support for Ukraine. Taking bilateral agreements off the table would simply bind America's hands. Victory against the dictator Putin must be our position. Ukraine can't win without the support of its friends. Putin knows this, and surely, my friend, the senior senator from Utah also knows this. We should not pass this resolution because it would hand Putin a rhetorical victory, and we should not permit that. I yield the floor.
Is there objection?
Reserving.
Senator from Maryland.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, it's interesting, earlier today, there was a large bipartisan group of senators that met with President Zelensky of Ukraine. We expressed our bipartisan support for the United States continuing to support Ukraine's efforts to repeal the outrageous attack to their sovereignty by Mr. Putin and Russia. It was a bipartisan support for Ukraine because we recognize that Ukraine is the front line in the defense of our democracy. Ukraine is not asking us for our soldiers, they're asking us for our support. So I want to start in my concerns of the unanimous consent request offered by the senator from Utah, that the support for the defense of Ukraine enjoys overwhelming bipartisan support here in the United States Senate. And that's why I was pleased to join Senator Wicker on the floor. When the supplemental funding bill came up for a vote, 79 senators, Republicans and Democrats alike, backed it. Why is that? It's because most senators understand what is at stake. It's because we understand that Ukraine is not only fighting for themselves, they are fighting for the entire Western world. It's because we understand that if Putin is successful in Ukraine, it will endanger our security interests and those of some of our closest European allies. Yes, they're asking for the financial and military support. Their success, Ukraine's success, will help make it possible for our soldiers not to be in another war in Europe. And so supporting Ukraine in this fight against one of the most dangerous adversaries in the world is clearly in the national security interests of the United States. I also want to address one of the arguments offered by my colleague from Utah. The idea that this executive agreement should have no effect unless submitted to the Senate for advice and consent. Multiple administrations have used executive agreements to advance diplomatic goals that are in the U.S. national security interest. Along with my colleagues, I support this bilateral agreement because it does just that. It advances Ukraine's interests and our own interests in national security. Unlike other administrations, in this case of this agreement, the Biden administration proactively reached out to members and staff in both chambers and both parties to share the parameters of the negotiations while they were underway. They solicited reactions and input from Congress, and they took some of our input in regards to the final negotiations. And unlike the practice of previous administrations, the Biden administration posted the text of the agreement on the State Department website the day it was signed. We in Congress were kept up to date on parallel negotiations with Ukraine's by 30 other nations. They're negotiating with 31 countries bilateral security agreements so that we can have a comprehensive help to Ukraine in its defense of democracy. Many are in NATO, but there are also other countries that the U.S. have rallied to support Ukraine. So far, Ukraine has signed 20 bilateral security deals. They include concrete provisions on long-term military and financial aid. They include training of Ukrainian troops. They include weapons delivery. And I want to be clear, they do not include deployment of foreign soldiers to fight in Ukraine. It is envisioned that 32 nations will enter into bilateral security agreements with Ukraine. While they will vary in some extent, they will create a robust commitment of support for Ukraine. It also adds to this argument, and specifically the United States bilateral with Ukraine, includes commitments by Ukraine to continue its consolidation of democratic governance and anti-corruption initiatives. It's absolutely critical we send a clear message to Vladimir Putin that no matter who's in the White House, the United States will stand by Ukraine in its fight to maintain its sovereignty. Finally, Mr. President, this is not charity. It serves our national security interests. It's because future wars will be different from the prior conflicts. They will now involve modern technology. Right now, Ukraine is experimenting with how to be effective in such a war, and Ukraine is adapting in real time. With this bilateral agreement, Ukraine will be sharing information with the United States on everything they are learning on the battlefield. They will give our soldiers and military planners the ability to develop creative ways to use these new technologies. This agreement strengthens our national security. It strengthens Ukraine, and it strengthens the resolve of allies looking to the United States for leadership on the global stage. For all these reasons, I object to the unanimous consent request.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, I appreciate the insights offered by my friend and colleague, the distinguished senator from the state of Maryland. I'm grateful for his leadership in the Senate, for his friendship and all he does in looking out for the interests of our country. And I'm grateful to have his insights today on the floor, explaining the reasons for his objection to the resolution that I've offered. But I'd like to note that not one of these arguments negates the fundamental realities that we're dealing with here. Not one of them negates something very fundamental in all of this, which is the requirement in the Constitution found in Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution that says that the President, quote, shall have power by and with the advice of the Senate to make treaties provided that 2/3 of the senators present concur. That's a pretty significant requirement. So let's address each of these arguments that we've heard in the last few minutes in turn. The fact that we've heard arguments about the fact that there has been significant bipartisan support for Ukraine aid, that doesn't negate this. I mean, first of all, providing material support, humanitarian or otherwise, to Ukraine is not the same as a treaty. A treaty creates a lasting international obligation, one that is intended specifically to outlast, as my friend from Maryland noted is the objective here, supposed to transcend one administration to the next, so that it's not just a fleeting moment. It's an ongoing sovereign obligation. And for that very reason, Mr. President, Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution requires that the Senate ratify treaties before they may take effect. Now, the President may propose them, the President may negotiate them, even sign them, but unless or until a treaty is presented to the Senate and ratified in executive session by the Senate by a two-thirds supermajority vote, takes 67 votes with 100 senators, then you don't have a treaty, and you don't have that lasting sovereign international obligation, one that transcends one administration to another. As far as the argument that there's been transparency, there's been outreach by the White House to senators and communication, that's great. It's the sort of thing that ought to happen. It is in no way sufficient to provide a substitute for or an end run around Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution, requiring that treaties be presented to the Senate and ratified only with 67 votes in a 100-member chamber. So that doesn't do it. That can't take care of that here. Now, look, the point here is that there's nothing in what I'm suggesting that would necessarily close any doors in the future. What I'm trying to say here is that if we're going to do this, if we're going to close doors, as is the intention behind this agreement, close doors to future administrations, to future Congresses, to bind us to some kind of a lasting obligation as a sovereign nation to one or more other sovereign nations internationally, then we've got to follow the treaty process because that's what the Constitution requires. So, as to the idea that Ukraine is the front line of defending democracy, as I think was one of the arguments raised here, our own obligation to protect our own sovereign borders and our own people, while at the same time containing and deterring other potential threats to the United States, such as those presented by China. Those have to come first. Those are the front lines of our republic, our own border, our own national defense, our own national security, the safety, the freedom, the security of our own people. That is the front line that we are supposed to be focused on. That is literally our front line. And insofar as that's incompatible with our efforts on another continent, those things have to be taken into account. But there again, Mr. President, this is exactly the sort of thing that the Senate's supposed to consider, not just in the abstract, but in the context of a lasting, sovereign, international obligation in the context of treaty ratification proceedings. And that takes a two-thirds supermajority vote. Executive agreements do not, and constitutionally should not and cannot, supersede laws passed by Congress. And there's nothing in the Constitution that says that a lasting, sovereign international obligation taken on by an executive agreement made by the President of the United States alone, whether with or without consultation to one or more members of Congress, nothing in there that says that that satisfies the constitutional obligation. Now, if the wording of Article 2, Section 2, or any other provision of the Constitution read otherwise, then we'd be in a different circumstance. But alas, we are not in that universe. And quite fortunately, we're not. It was with good reason that the founders put in there the two-thirds supermajority requirement. And we can't allow that simply to be bypassed here, not for light or casual purposes, not even for great purposes. No matter how great our purposes are, no matter how noble one's intentions might be in the administration and the Senate or otherwise, one can't get around this simple fact that what we're talking about here is, for all practical purposes, a treaty. And we're being asked to treat it as such. That requires two-thirds. We don't have that here. So no matter how much bipartisan support, no matter how much flowery rhetoric, no matter how much good that can be done, no matter how evil Vladimir Putin is, that still doesn't change our constitutional realities. We've each been sworn into office under circumstances where, pursuant to another provision of the Constitution, we're required to take an oath to the Constitution itself. Our oath requires nothing less than that we honor this and that we not pretend that we can just circumvent all of this simply by calling something an executive agreement, no matter how justified by the circumstances we may want it to be. Look, at the end of the day, we have to come to grapple with the fact that we're $35 trillion in debt, that we face threats around the world, including and especially from China. China, which is gaining increasingly foothold in our own hemisphere, in country after country throughout Latin America. China is gaining physical presence in addition to a more and more robust commercial arrangement, and in addition to China's investment in so-called dual-use technologies, which in many circumstances have military purposes behind them. It's one of many policy reasons why we've got to be focused on China. Insofar as we deplete our own resources in continuing to honor an obligation to another country in another hemisphere, we've got to take those things into account. It's one of many things that we've got to consider before taking on a treaty obligation. Make no mistake, this is a treaty obligation. Abraham Lincoln is quoted as having said, asked the question at first rhetorically, if you count the tail of a dog as a leg, how many legs does the dog have? People would apparently routinely, the uninitiated at least, respond by saying, well, 5 legs. And he'd say, no, it's still 4 legs. Just because you call the tail of a dog a leg doesn't make it so. Just because you call an executive agreement a treaty and ask people to treat it as if it were a treaty doesn't make it so. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Madam President, one citizen, one vote. Today, this foundational principle is under attack. It's under attack because President Biden refuses to enforce the law. And now we face a direct threat to our entire electoral system. Consider this. Since President Biden's inauguration on January 20th, 2021, over 10 million illegal immigrants have entered the United States. Now, this figure exceeds the populations of 36 states, creating a crisis that has been met with troubling silence and inaction from far too many on the other side of the aisle. With millions of unauthorized people now on U.S. soil, living here in the United States, the potential for election fraud through ineligible voting is not just a hypothetical risk. No, it is a looming reality. With the influx of non-citizens under this administration, even if just a fraction, let's just say something like 1 in 100 were to vote, this could translate to hundreds of thousands of votes, enough to sway our tightly contested elections and potentially alter their outcomes. This is deeply concerning, considering that a recent study showed that non-citizens have ample openings to vote illegally. It found that anywhere from 10 to 27% of non-citizens are registered to vote, and 5 to 13% of non-citizens do actually vote in presidential elections, no less. Across the nation, instances abound where states have inadvertently facilitated this very crisis. From unsolicited voter registration forms being mailed out to non-citizens to driver's licenses issued without adequate checks, practices relying merely on the honesty of illegal aliens have opened up the floodgates to voter fraud. While it's true that it's already illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections, there are no effective systems in place to verify the citizenship of voters. A mere check on a box is all it takes, with little risk of being caught. In short, you're on the honor system with those forms. Federal law even prohibits states from requiring proof of citizenship when registering voters via federal forms. So it's not just that the states aren't doing an adequate job of verifying citizenship as a condition precedent to registering to a vote in a federal election. They're prohibited by law from doing so. An increasing number of localities permit non-citizens to vote in local elections. And this makes it even worse. It further blurs the distinctions that have historically been meant to protect the integrity of our elections. Prominent Democrats have openly discussed these tactics, in many instances, as beneficial to their agenda, as likely to help their political ambitions. Only months ago, every Senate Democrat voted to count illegal aliens in the census to help them shore up more seats in Congress and consequently more votes in the Electoral College. This cannot continue. It's our responsibility, our imperative, to close these gates. My bill, the SAVE Act, would ensure that this stops, because it would be a vital step in securing the electoral process, ensuring that every vote cast is legitimate and every voter is duly recognized and registered and properly brought into the system so that they can vote. The SAVE Act amends the National Voter Registration Act, the same act that was interpreted a few years ago by the Supreme Court as prohibiting the states from requesting any positive proof of citizenship, so that states could ensure that only U.S. citizens may participate in federal elections. It fixes the NVRA. If the NVRA was interpreted that way, this would close that loophole. The SAVE Act requires states to obtain concrete documentary proof of citizenship at the time of voter registration. It specifies acceptable documentation and requires states to establish alternatives, alternative verification processes for those rare instances in which standard documents might be unavailable. Furthermore, the SAVE Act compels states to proactively remove non-citizens from voter rolls and introduces severe federal penalties for those who intentionally register non-citizens. This bill echoes the sentiments of the American people from coast to coast. It transcends political affiliations, with an overwhelming bipartisan supermajority of Americans supporting it. And it speaks directly to the core of what makes our country great: fair, free, and secure elections operating within our constitutional republic. This is about protecting our elections from foreign interference, something my Democratic colleagues claim to care about and long have. If we truly want our elections to be free of foreign interference, then by all means pass the SAVE Act. Let's pass it today. Let's pass it right now. So for those of my colleagues who are opposed to this, why aren't they concerned with the ability of tens of millions of foreign nationals, non-citizens in the United States, to vote in America? Why should we allow tens of millions of foreign nationals who are not citizens in the United States to vote in U.S. elections? Now, if the Biden administration insists on keeping America's border open, as to my great dismay, it has, for the entirety of the 3.5 years or so Biden's been in office, they're going to insist on keeping the borders open, then by all means, they must, at least at a bare minimum, ensure that none of those non-citizens are interfering in our elections. Every single day that we delay, the foundation of our electoral process erodes a little more. We cannot wait for this administration to enforce the law, to enforce the border, which they haven't done. They continue to refuse to do it. More people continue to enter. But in the meantime, they've let in 10 million illegal aliens. You add that to those who are already here, an estimated 30 million non-citizens
currently reside in the United States. But this administration just keeps right on trucking, not doing anything about this problem. And in fact, this administration strongly opposes this legislation. Now, let's run through the reasoning. The reasoning is really telling. There are several arguments raised by the White House in the statement they issued just earlier this week. First, the White House protests, quote, "It is already illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. It is a federal crime punishable by prison and fines," close quote. Now, to be clear, that is on its face a correct statement of the law. I won't disagree with the statement on its four corners, but the conclusion is really messed up. As I've already stated, there's absolutely no functioning mechanism for enforcing the law, and it's worse than that. It's not just that current law doesn't create an adequate enforcement mechanism. It's that current law, as interpreted by the Supreme Court, affirmatively prohibits the states from doing what they would need to do in order to prevent non-citizens from registering to vote and subsequently voting in federal elections, contrary to federal law. Meanwhile, DOJ investigations of illegal voting are all but non-existent. A law without enforcement cannot, will not stop illegal behavior. And there are many, many circumstances in which, notwithstanding the fact that the underlying conduct is criminally prohibited, you still need some sort of verification mechanism to make it enforceable. By the White House's own logic, it'd be unnecessary and perhaps even unwise to have laws requiring a photo ID to buy beer and cigarettes. You know, we've got these laws on the books, after all, that already make it a crime to sell beer and cigarettes to children. So according to the White House's logic, we shouldn't need an additional law requiring age verification with a photo ID. Now, nobody would be that crazy, that insane to make that argument there. We shouldn't be making it here. It's the same argument, the exact same argument. Next, in second position, the administration makes the unsubstantiated claim that, quote, "the justification for the SAVE Act is based on easily disproven falsehoods," close quote, end of sentence. But then, well, the administration utterly fails, defiantly refuses to offer anything to support that statement. It's ironic because that justification for opposing it, on grounds that the justification for the SAVE Act is based on disproven falsehoods, this is its own disproven falsehood. There's nothing there. There's no falsehood that's been disproven. They have not disproven the fact that non-citizens, whether legally or illegally in this country at the time, can easily obtain a voter registration, eligibility to vote in federal elections, or the physical ability to do it, rather, so long as they're willing to check a box and sign their name. They don't dispute the fact that in all 50 states and D.C., a non-citizen can apply for and receive a driver's license, or that the National Voter Registration Act makes it easy when applying for a driver's license to check a box and sign your name and thereby register to vote in federal elections. When you add to that the fact that states are affirmatively legally prohibited based on the Supreme Court's interpretation of the NVRA a few years ago, saying that the states cannot, may not, must not ask for any kind of documentation to verify citizenship, we've got a problem. So for them to say that our justification for the SAVE Act is based on falsehoods, on easily disproven falsehoods, is itself easily disproven, and it's a falsehood. Third, the administration asserts that, quote, "making a false claim of citizenship or unlawfully voting in an election is punishable by removal from the United States and a permanent bar to admission," close quote. Well, this is an interesting argument. This one is rich, Mr. President, coming from this administration. Look,
Well, it's true that the naturalization form has a self-reporting mechanism that asks the applicant if the applicant has ever voted illegally. Yeah, that's true. As far as I can tell, even when they do self-report, in those, I suspect, rare instances where they do, absolutely nothing has been done with that information under the Biden administration. Joe Biden isn't deporting anyone for illegally voting. Joe Biden has opened the floodgates and just lets people come in. So that's rich coming from this administration, suggesting that there's going to be suddenly rigorous enforcement of laws governing our border security. In this instance, when, number one, they're not doing it, and number two, everywhere you look, they're doing the opposite of that. Fourth, the administration asserts, quote, states already have effective safeguards in place to verify voters' eligibility and maintain the accuracy of voter rolls. Mr. President, that assertion is simply flat out wrong. It's just false. It's false factually and it's false legally, meaning it is not true and it cannot be true by operation of law for reasons I've just explained. States are legally prohibited from requiring proof of citizenship when registering voters for federal elections. This, I fear, may well be a feature, not a bug, for the administration, and a reason for the administration to oppose it, tragically. We'll get back to that more in a moment. But look, this loophole that I'm describing, based on the Supreme Court's interpretation of the NVRA, telling states that they may not and must not ask for any kind of evidence of citizenship, that's a gaping loophole that we must fix. Lastly, the administration claims that instead of safeguarding our elections, this bill, with its incredibly generous list of ways to demonstrate citizenship, would make it harder for Americans to vote. Well, look, the reality is that there's an expansive list of ways to demonstrate citizenship, even if you lack the documentation traditionally involved in proving it. And keep in mind, it's not unusual for Americans to be asked for proof of citizenship. Every single time an American citizen starts new employment, starts a new job, and they fill out an I-9, they've got to provide proof of citizenship. And if you're not a citizen, you've got to show evidence of your visa and your eligibility to work in the United States under that visa. If you can't do that, you can't start a job. This happens all the time. This is not as if the ability to prove citizenship and a requirement that one do so is foreign to us. Nor is it the case under this bill that it would be exceptionally difficult, because even if you're one of those rare individuals who, for whatever reason, doesn't have or have access to a birth certificate or something else that could prove it, we've got a long list of other ways that you can do it, even if you lack the traditionally utilized documentation. This bill allows all American citizens to vote. More importantly, if enacted, it would mean that no American vote could be canceled out by a vote cast illegally by a non-citizen. This bill would make it harder to cheat in elections and ensure the integrity of every ballot lawfully cast. There is no valid argument against the SAFE Act, Mr. President. None. The only reason to oppose this bill would exist if you needed illegal votes to win elections. Full stop, that's it. By passing the SAVE Act, we would send a clear message that in the United States of America, voting is not just a privilege of citizenship, but a cherished and protected right. As debates about election integrity rage, the SAVE Act stands out by guaranteeing that only American citizens can have a say in our elections. American elections must be decided by American voters. Full stop. And so, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 8281, which is at the desk. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The senator from California.
Mr. President, I ask you this. How many times do we have to go through this? Less than 2 months ago, I came down to the floor of this Senate to object to this very same bill. Expressing concerns, asking questions, and here we are again, and nothing has changed. So it doesn't matter how many times this bill comes to the floor. It doesn't matter how many times our Republican colleagues feign outrage over non-citizens unlawfully voting without a shred of evidence. It doesn't change the fact that as good as the proponents may make this bill sound or try to make this bill sound, it is nothing other than a solution in search of a problem. Now, I speak both as a senator representing California, but also as a former chief elections officer of California, where I, as the secretaries of state across the country, by the way, worked alongside tireless election clerks and administrators across the political spectrum at the state and local level. And given that experience, I can tell you this: there is no credible evidence of a meaningful number of non-citizens voting in our elections. In 2016, audits showed that non-citizens accounted for 0.0001% of the vote. Even the conservative Cato Institute has said that, quote, non-citizens don't illegally vote in detectable numbers, end quote. And I'm glad Senator Lee mentions the National Voter Registration Act, because as he pointed out, it was upheld by the Supreme Court of the United States in terms of its guidance of what states can and should do and what they cannot do. He also didn't mention that the National Voter Registration Act was adopted on an overwhelming bipartisan vote of Congress. But rather than propose legislation based on facts, this bill would respond to the alarming allegations that Republicans themselves have fabricated. It would create more barriers to exercising the right to vote and would restrict ballot access for even more Americans than is currently the case. It would make voting harder for the more than 21 million eligible voters in America who can't easily access their proof of citizenship. I don't know about you, I'm not in the habit of carrying around my birth certificate or even my passport. Not everybody has a passport. Doesn't mean you're not a citizen if you don't carry a passport. And I'm not just talking about Democrats or Republicans, I'm talking about Americans of both political parties. The bill would clearly also disproportionately impact voters and communities of color. In addition, this bill seeks to undermine faith in our elections by injecting fear and uncertainty, particularly in an election cycle at a time when our democracy demands more calm and understanding of the integrity of the process. But Senator Lee and I agree on one thing, believe it or not, and that is voting is a sacred responsibility, and the right to vote in and of itself is fundamentally sacred. So to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, if you're truly worried about the election and our democracy, then I ask you this: join me. Join me in passing the Freedom to Vote Act and making sure that all eligible Americans, yes, only United States citizens, can make their voices heard at the ballot box without any unnecessary barriers or obstacles. It's the most American and the most bipartisan thing that we could do. But until then, let's be honest with the American people. So yes, Mr. President, I object.
Mr.
The
President.
objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The senator from Utah.
I appreciate how the presiding officer always speaks loud enough so that everyone can hear, and the presiding officer also manages the floor with great assertiveness, which I also appreciate. I'm grateful to my friend and colleague, this distinguished senator, my colleague from California, and his thoughtful approach to legislation. There are some things that he said that I feel that I need to address. One of them is a reference to a belief that there is no credible evidence of non-citizens voting, at least no credible evidence of non-citizens voting in any significant numbers. Well, there are studies that go exactly the opposite direction, studies like the one that I cited just moments ago, showing that it is a non-trivial sum, such that if even something at the low end of the percentages cited in that study were correct, that could easily be enough to sway the outcome of some elections. But regardless, what my friend is referring to has to be taken with a grain of salt, considering how things have changed on the ground. The numerator and the denominator of that fraction have changed over the last few years, where we've now got about 30 million non-citizens living in the United States, with about 10 million who have come in who are illegally in the United States now, who entered this country unlawfully and are now living in the United States. That is not a non-trivial sum. When that many people enter the United States that quickly, and when you've now got all 50 states and D.C. that issue driver's licenses to non-citizens, that coupled with the National Voter Registration Act and the way the National Voter Registration Act was interpreted a few years ago by the Supreme Court of the United States, saying that the state officials who processed those federal forms submitted under the NVRA so that people can register to vote in federal elections while applying for their driver's license, that creates a toxic soup in which there's an environment just ripe with opportunities for foreign interference in U.S. elections. You cannot add this many non-citizens, legal or illegal, non-citizens to the United States in this short of a period of time, and couple it with that kind of voter registration framework, and not anticipate that there will be significant numbers of people who will end up registering to vote. Some perhaps somewhat innocently, perhaps others less innocently, I don't know. But it would be supremely naive, and worse than that, willfully blind to what we all know is going to happen unless we pass this. Now, the House of Representatives passed this bill yesterday, which gets to another point made by my colleagues, saying that we've been down here over and over and over again doing this bill. I'm not sure what he's referring to. The bill hasn't even been around that long, but something material changed yesterday. Yesterday, the House version of the SAVE Act, which is the version that I'm coming to the floor today to propose, the one that I just tried to pass by unanimous consent moments ago before it was met with the objection of the senator from California. That bill was passed yesterday, less than 24 hours ago, by the House of Representatives, with bipartisan support, I would add. Not just Republicans over there, some Democrats who are concerned with very good reason joined with Republicans in order to get this thing passed. So to say that this is an area in which there's no credible evidence of any need to act is science fiction fantasy. It is contrary to fact, it is contrary to logic, it is contrary to our understanding of human nature, contrary to our understanding of the National Voter Registration Act and how it's been interpreted by the Supreme Court of the United States and how elections work. As to my colleague's suggestion that this is feigned outrage that's animating this, nothing could be further from the truth. Look, I wish this could be feigned. I wish I had the luxury of this being something that were feigned. Mr. President, this is serious business. We lose something. We lose something as Americans anytime certainly anytime we allow our elections to be vulnerable to interference from forces outside the United States, including foreign nationals, non-U.S. citizens inside this country. When that happens, when the public starts to perceive that others are voting in this, diluting their votes, that has deleterious effects on the effective operation of our Republican form of government that are very difficult to recapture once they're lost. We can't treat this casually. And so, look, I will be back. It's unfortunate that we weren't able to pass this today. Let me restate the point I made earlier. There is not a legitimate reason to oppose this bill. We make it incredibly easy under this bill for any American. If you are an American citizen, you can easily prove your citizenship. And you can do it in the way this bill requires, and you can still vote. It is not hard, it is not expensive, it need not require anyone to spend a dime, a nickel, or even a penny. It just requires you to be an American. There is not a legitimate reason to oppose this bill. There is not a logical reason to oppose this bill, unless, of course, your objective is different, unless, of course, you are just fine with and in fact excited about or reliant upon non-citizens voting. That's alarming. Thank you, Mr. President.